We did it. Oh, we're live. Great. Oh, great. Great. It's the deadline. Woo! I just got out of work meeting. I was supposed to be streaming all day. That didn't work out, though, unfortunately. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I'm here. We're doing this thing. I actually don't know if this is working right now, but it might be. It might be. It looks like it is. Everything's fine. Oh, man. I'm getting concerned. Very worried. What's up, Kevin? Very worried about what we're looking at right now. I'm just copying this link so I can tweet it. We got a tweeter. Should probably do all this stuff before I actually go live to stream, but I'm not much of a thinker, so you know. Anybody else getting real concerned that nothing's been done yet? I know it's still very early, but like, you know, feels like we should start seeing something soon here. For us personally, I should say. And you'll hear some clicking. That is me clicking through the Twitter and wanting to see what the heck's going on. All right, great. Kevin, what's up? Bill, what's going on? From James Island. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're local. Lord of the game, what's happening? A hockey guy. No shields. Of course. Just said that. Of course. We're so in sync, brother. John, how's it going? Zelly Brain, what's up? I am a tasty snack. I am ready for some crazy shit. I'm ready to have to publicly apologize to you if Morgan Geeky gets a first. I'm getting concerned, though, because there are moves happening and teams are spending assets that, like, were our trade partners for these deals. And we just have completely stand pat so far. And I'm really concerned that, I mean, Sweeney does have a habit of this. I like his trades for the most part, but he's going to sit on his hands until it's too late. If the Bruins don't make at least one move for a first-round pick, there's just too many guys who you can move right now in this market. It's just, whose skills do you trust more? That's a good question. Zach, hello. Doyle, a midterm. Gross. Torn on how you want the day to go, Michael? Yeah, I get it. Don's drafting ability or Stevie Wonder's dart skills? Here's the thing. Technically, Don Sweeney, other than the 2015 draft, has a somewhat decent record of the amount of picks that hit. The problem is he hasn't been nailing the big ones, right? Like there's a lot of, hey, there's an NHL player there, but not like a really impact one. So all that to say, Steve Wonder, his dart skills. Sal Geeky High. That's where I am too. I know it sucks, but like I don't think he's ever repeating a season like this. I would love a Zadorov trade. Oh my gosh, where we didn't have to attach a first to it. Yeah, and that's what I'm also scared of. No Shield is if we actually keep Geeky, we decide to like pay him $7 million a year. What up, Camden? What's up, Log? Jacob's fax machine failure. Well, that's the first problem. Avs super team with Sid and the Rat. Yeah, but I don't know. The Avalanche just spent a ton to get Nelson. I don't think they're in the market anymore. And Vegas doesn't have their first round pick. So like I don't know. We'll wait till the last. Yeah, I mean, it does sound like the Marchand stuff is going to go down to the wire, but not to the point where there's still going to be a trade partner when it's all said and done. Carlo for a first. Carlo, with this market, Carlo better get a hell of a lot more than a first if they move on from him. A hell of a lot more. Yeah, this is one of the craziest sellers market I've ever seen. I mean, some of these deals. Scott Laughton just went for what, a first and a prospect, like a C-tier prospect. But I mean, we're talking. This guy's a third line center. And they had to retain. Like, or no, retaining helps it, obviously. My brain's all scrambled right now. Brady Kachuk was just crying publicly. That's fun. Yeah, this is nutty. This is a trade deadline. This is a real, like, this is a good trade deadline. Yeah, the deadline's at 3 p.m. What's up, Scarlett? What games are you playing? Or is it with Geeky? I want to trade him. I think this is a career year, and if someone wants to give up a really, like, strong prospect who could play next year, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Where's Marshy going? Right now, I don't know. And, like, the Kings are spending assets, but I think the Kings still have stuff to trade. I mean, I know they do. So the Kings are one of those teams. Colorado was probably out after the Nelson deal. Vegas, but Vegas doesn't have their first this year. Brian, I like that because I'm proud to be a Bruins fan. Like, this was going to come eventually, and it got. What's tough about this season is if we were fully healthy, we would have a better idea of where we really stand. But we're not. So there's some people in the camp of, like, we just need to run it back, which I fully disagree with. But I also don't want to sell everyone. The rumor is that Zacha, Coyle, Geeky, Marchand are all going to be involved in trades. We can't trade our whole top 6 outside of Pastrnak. Someone does have to play next year. Happy we traded Frederick. Me too. And I'm happy for Frederick is a thing. Like, I'm glad with the return. I really am. But he needed a new start, and I'm happy for him. Vancouver, yeah, they're still sitting. Yeah, no, the Bruins, everyone's practicing, although I don't think that's that surprising. Oftentimes the camaraderie kind of eases people anyway in this. Yeah, Lauko is back for pasta check line. Get out of here. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, buddy? How do I feel about Lauko coming back? I feel really good about it. Made a little video about it. I like him. He's an improvement to our bottom 6. I don't like that there's a group of the fan base that is obsessed with this guy and acts like he's a second-line player. That was always kind of painful to deal with. A heavily modded RimWorld on your struggling PC. Now, I don't know what RimWorld is. So, it sounds like a lot of fun, though. Lauko is built for the playoffs. Maintaining makes no sense to trade Carlo. Yes, and for exactly the reasons you're saying, we are very poor at the right-handed defensive position. So I am super fine with keeping Carlo. If they move him for a treasure trove, great. But I'm leaning more and more into what Thomas had said about that signifying this is more than just a retool, you know? Watch nothing happen. I'll be pissed if nothing happens. You have to move on from somebody. With these prices, you have to move on from somebody. We love watching trade deadline while at work. Hell yeah. This is why I'm starting streaming so late. I was supposed to start streaming like 3 hours ago. I was just going to basically do the day. And I am going to be checking my phone at times. I do have Twitter up as well. You guys will probably be saying things to me before I even see it. Keep Carlo. I get it. Don't think the Bruins will do anything really big. But the thing is, I don't even see it as big. So Marchand would be big. That's fair. But something like trading Geeky, that doesn't feel big, but the return might be big. RimWorld is so fun. I bet it is. Who do you think is going next? Also, I love your opening sketches. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to go off the board. I think we're going to be surprised by a Zacha trade next. Logan, Stankoven, and 2 first-round picks for Rantanen. That's pretty good. Although I think the Canes would rather just have him at $12 million. Let's be honest. Marchand going to the Sharks. They won't do that to him. There's certain things that you should not do as a franchise, and that's one of them. Is it possible for us to move Elias Lindholm? No, unfortunately not, unless we attach a bunch of assets, which we shouldn't do either. He's just going to become our new overpaid 3C. Like, that's just what it's going to be. Beecher for a Christmas ugly sweater. If I'm trading Beecher, I know this is contradictory a little bit for the way I talk about him, but I want a real asset back. Like, it doesn't have to be a first or second rounder, but I mean, I do want something back. The problem with hanging on to everyone to remain competitive is that with everyone, we were not competitive. Yes, I agree. Yeah, Loughton got a prospect and a first. Crazy. Survival simulation game. So not rimming. All right, Scarlett. I figured it out now. Thank you. Rant to the stars. Oh my gosh, this is going too fast for me. Did you think about going to the game last night? No. Because, by the way, I watched a weird amount of Wild games this season for a reason. I can't play any of it myself. Uznedinov. Yeah, he might be something. It looks like he's very much a project piece, but I mean, I'm happy with that trade. Brazeau was never getting a lot. Lysell might be traded, but Lysell and Merck, they might be throw-ins at this point. They're not going to get like real stuff back. Let's get Taylor Hall back. He's already been traded. I mean, this was a month ago, but still. Only problem with picking every draft you can is that this year's draft is not that great. That's true. Trade everything that has value, but you still want to be competitive sooner rather than later because of Pasternak. There's a real tough line to walk here. Not trading Carlo and Pasta or butt buddies. You're okay? What can we get for Corpy? I'm curious about that. I don't think he's been great this year, but he's been fine. He's been fine, I guess. He needs more playing time. I mean, Swayman's just... The thing is, if Korpisalo had Swayman's contract, you'd be livid at him, right? I'm not saying you in particular, but like the people who crap all over Swayman, and then they're like, Korpisalo needs to play more. I'm like, those two look very similar when they're on the ice, unfortunately, for Swayman. Hope they don't trade Zacha. He's been consistently good. Yeah, I'm on the team of just keeping Zacha. Have a heart attack if Marshy goes to Toronto or Florida, anywhere but there. I just have a hard time seeing it. Zacha needs to find the net. I mean, that's all. The king of ping. Elias Lindholm takes off his mask and it's just David Backes. David Backes at least was kind of good at first. At least little Debbie McAvoy is healing. I don't think we're going to see him again this year, which honestly, at this point, don't come back. Rest. Well, there is a certain mod on Lover Slab that adds a lot of stuff to it, but I don't have that installed. I mean, sounds like you need to install it. Any team calling on Coyle? Yeah. There's teams actively calling or were actively calling last night on Coyle, Geeky, Zacha, Carlo, Marchand, Brazeau, as we saw. Peak had some interest. And then Woof, I feel like I'm missing somebody here. That might be it. As far as, I mean, sure, the other names came up, but Sal Beechern is 3-goal-a-year ceiling. I still really like Zacha, but man, Lindholm and Zadorov. Oof, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Don is busy. I'm just getting concerned that people are spending their assets. And, they're not going to have any left once Don wants to pull the trigger. Somehow I feel like the Bruins are going to continue falling this season and actually fall into a James Hagan or Michael. So they would need to, one, fall pretty decently far. Here, well, let's just, how many points? Now, again, it's the lottery, so we could just get lucky, Could just get lucky, but I think we're also going to keep falling. My guess would be we would end up somewhere around, let's go with 26th-ish, somewhere in that. Which would leave us, I mean, not great odds for a first or second round pick, but there would be odds for it. Sweeney holding on to core players a part of this dreadful bottom 5 team. I don't think Don is asleep at the wheel. I'm worried that he's clutching his pearls a little too hard. All right, this is going so fast. I'm not going to get every single one of these comments, I don't think. What center free agents are available this summer? Wasn't there a decent list? I don't think so. I do not think so, because we're also talking about what center free agents are there that are going to be available, because most of these guys are going to get locked up before we get there. Oh, Puckpedia is struggling right now. I don't think I should be surprised by that. Should have made more trades by now. Well, the Rantanen thing was holding a lot of stuff up, but now I do agree there should be some sort of movement, or at least a rumor or something. Oh my gosh, they really did get Stankoven. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, he's one of the worst finishers in the league. I didn't even realize that. That's right. He doesn't have a ton of points this year. But you know what? That really sucks for the Canes because you would rather have Rantanen at 12 million. You would then have the first round picks. I mean, basically what feels like 3 first round picks, honestly. You would rather have Rantanen for this season. Like, this is a great year to go for it. And now I know Rantanen didn't look great in Carolina, but he was also one of the unluckiest players in the league during that time, shooting wise. I don't know. If I'm a Canes fan, I'm pretty bummed out. Actually, let me text my Canes buddy and see what he thinks. And those firsts are going to be late firsts. Let's see what he says. I like that Cousins and Norris switch, by the way, for both teams. I think one of them will end up winning that trade. Like, someone's going to pop off in the new location, but I think it's a worthwhile risk for both of them. Yeah, I would be really upset if Sweeney says run it back in this market. Korpisalo has been better than Swayman. I think you could debate it. I think you could debate it, which is damning enough, you know. Yeah, Coyle, I think, really does need to go if there's value here because he's been so bad this year, and he's not going to be a big part of this team's future. That's right, Norm. Go Bruins. Chara's coming back for a 1-year, $12 million deal. Do you remember how bad? I know this wasn't your joke, but do you remember how bad he looked that last year with us and then in Washington? Friggin' yikes. Yeah, it is sad, Chicken Tendy. It is sad that when you have a guy like Nelson who wants to be there, you know, and then off they go. But that was a haul for him. They're really happy about that. Do you think we have a shot at Brady Tkachuk? Not unless he demands a trade. And also, I don't think we have what's needed. Still nothing Bruins related. Calling this now, Bruins Devils deal. They have both been quiet. Coyle at 50% retained and a third for Nemec. That is an excellent, excellent prediction because I like it. I mean, Nemec has a real ceiling, has real potential. Hold on, did I get that answer? Sorry, my work phone just went off, but okay, he's happy with it. He's happy with Stankoven. There's a little bit of copium going on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. He's happy. He's happy with it. Yeah. So I like that ideal of Nemec, and us giving up a third is fine. But Coyle, I hate 50% retaining for multiple years, but he only has one more year. So I think one more year, maybe 2. I mean, again, I can just look at this stuff. I don't know why I pretend that I have to remember everything. He has one more year after this. Yeah. Marty should at least finish the season with us if he'll be traded. Once he finishes the season with us, he won't be traded, though. He's a UFA this year. I mean, I guess you could trade his rights, but you're not getting any sort of return like you would right now. Carolina and Dallas, big trade. I mean, that is a big trade. It is a big trade. Yeah, they got sick of Moose way too quickly. Way too quickly. Like, you got to give this guy some time. Utah Clubber fan here. Took my boy to his first game, and it was Boston here in Utah. I've watched your pod all year. Love your content. Thank you so much. Clubbers till we die. That's an adequate name for you. Fantastic. Yeah, Coyle can get a first or second, or Nemec, who's like gonna have real value. So who did New Jersey just sign? They just signed Kovacevic, right? They just extended him. I'm just gonna scroll till I find it. This all looks like old stuff. Yeah, I don't see it. Either way, I'm pretty sure they just extended one of the defensemen, and now between Dougie and him, I mean, they just have so much money on that back end. Winnipeg gets Tanev. Okay. Second round pick. Yep, that makes sense. These second round picks are going like crazy. Feels like we're becoming the NBA. Just no one gives a crap about it. Crap about picks. Stankoven, 2026 first, 2027 first, plus smaller pieces, according to Frank Saravelli. That's actually, if you actually, God, what was that original trade? I think it was, so it was Drury and Nachos for Rantanen, but there was other pieces to that. There were some picks to it, right? But still, if you got 2 firsts and Stankoven out of that trade, you'd still be pretty okay with it. Coyle and Marchand should not go anywhere. Coyle would take hometown discounts forever. Yeah, but Coyle hasn't been an effective player this year. He's not going to be a part of this team's future for long term. I don't think he's going to get re-signed after this contract by us. I just don't see why we would. Kovacevic 4x5 plus Casey getting ready. Yeah, so I think them moving on from Nemec makes a lot of sense. And he's a right shot defenseman, so I think that was a decent prediction. I think that is. No, I think now's the time to trade Coyle for sure. I did see Scott Laughton to Toronto, a first and a prospect. A first and a prospect? Yeah, first and prospect. Geeky for McDavid and Draisaitl. I think we say no, not enough. If you're in New Jersey, do you take Coyle over O'Reilly or Shen? I don't know. Marchand to Vegas. I mean, I'm scared of that happening. I'm genuinely scared of that happening. Do you think that Canes will just flip those firsts? Sweeney taking a nap with Lou. Hey, Lou got a hell of a haul for Nelson. Thoughts on the Cousins trade? I think it's the right move for both teams. I really do. I like Norris. The injury concerns, obviously. And I like Cousins. I just think they need a little change of scenery. And one of those teams, I think, is going to outright win that in a couple of years. But, I think it was a worthwhile risk. Coyle is reliable. He's 3 or 2C with the highest expectations from all of us. He's a 3C at best. At best. I mean, with how many top 6 minutes that Elias Lindholm has played without Coyle really getting a crack. I mean, yeah, he's playing the right side for a reason right now. Coyle's also slowing down, and maybe he's just injured. I think he's been dealing with an injury this year, but he's a 3C at best. And I just think we have a lot of 3Cs in this team. Kind of an itchy nose. What up, Vetus? Any shot at picking up Chris Kreider from the Rangers? I will die inside. I don't want him at all. The guy's game has fallen off a cliff. He's old. He's still owed a bunch of money. Not old, but he's on the older side. That is not a move that improves this team in my book. Someone said they would flip for either Boeser or Raquel, Carolina firsts. Yeah, that would be huge if they could get Boeser back. Armstrong, Merles, and Jans were just throwing up pictures of Marchand in a Vegas jersey. Gross. Progressive Raincourt. But I like Angeli, I guess. I don't really listen to the anthem that often, but I hope the Bruins are trying to move Corpy. This is just a way to move money, Is PD from Vancouver worth a shot at a reasonable price? The problem is we just don't have the assets, especially in this market. Somebody might pay huge. I mean, talk about Carolina's those 2 firsts again. What's up, Mr. Boston from Toronto? All right, I like it. We will have ample money to spend on some big names in the next year or 2 with salary cap going up. Yes, but so will every other team. It's more about the percentage of the cap that your players are taking up. So I don't rely on that line of thinking for immediate free agency improvements. Because remember, the guys who make it to free agency typically aren't huge game changers. There's some, but there's a dogfight for them. And you are paying the absolute top value for the guy, which is rarely ever exceeded. It's not that often that you go for one of these huge ticket guys in free agency and they exceed that price in value. So it's tough to build through free agency, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. When do you realistically see a management change happening? Another bad year. I think of next year after free agency, this team wants to be competitive next year. And if next year we're in, say, December and we're of a 500 or worse record, my guess would be Sweeney's gone. Wife got you tickets for the Bees Lightning game tomorrow. Nice. Oh, you're dreading going. Amalie Arena is really nice, though. It is. It's a really fun arena. The real Tarpy, getting the point across. I agree with that. Actually, can I do this where I can't. I hate that. I don't know why this is being silly. Nope, it's just being silly. Yeah, right. Yeah, so I agree here. There we go. I agree with this a lot because they have no first, as far as I'm aware. I can double check that. But they don't have their first. I don't hate Connolly, but it just feels like in this market, you want to get a first rounder and a real prospect. That's kind of where I'm at. Would you trade Swayman? If so, what would you want from him? I think that deal's going to age just fine. This has been a weird year, a bad year. Defensively, it's been awful. I'm very comfortable, very, very comfortable with keeping Swayman, and we don't have another true starter in net, and that's not really where I want to be, So choose between Toronto or Florida for Marchand. Toronto would just be funnier, and I am not going to be devastated by Toronto winning the cup in a year where we don't make the playoffs. Thank you, Lord Star Fox. Swayman is the man. All right, some goalie love. Love to see that. Yeah, last night's game was rough. Last night's game was not great. But, well, to be fair, last night's game, there was a lot of effort. They looked like a real hockey team. So that's something. We probably deserve better than what we got. Nate Drury, a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick for Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. That's actually not that bad when you break down what the Canes gave up for Rantanen and what they're getting back. That's you can live with that. Oh, and yeah, also Taylor Hall. Although wasn't that a separate? Well, Come on, there's got to be some sort of Bruins rumor or something. There's nothing, man. I think if Carolina has more stuff they want to give up, Coyle is an option for them as well, probably. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Never understand the goalie hate, Rask, Sway, and God, so many others. For the other teams get way too much hate. It's just, you're on an island in that position. It's one of those ones that will always get too much hate. I mean, Swayman has not had the year that he wants. He'll be the first one to say that. But I think that deal's going to work out. As a Bruins fan living in the Toronto area, the Leafs winning the cup will be awful to deal with. That's fair. I am in South Carolina, so I am quite distanced from that. On the floor, hysterically laughing when that last goal was scored. Yeah, I was genuinely laughing. That was just funny. And it was even funnier that it was Zadorov, but it wasn't Zadorov's fault. Also, did I miss your thoughts on the Brazeau trade? I personally loved it. I really liked it. I was very, very happy with it. Thought it was really good value for a guy that we likely weren't going to re-sign. And, I hope he's happy over there. 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks, and Stankoven. This is not bad. This is not bad. People are acting like this is a disaster for the Canes. I don't think it is. Yeah, I think they need to move some of them at the deadline to, like, they should be competing this year, you know? Yeah, Zach, like, doesn't help this year as much, although Stankoven, I think, will have a good time on that team, but I just they need to move some other pieces. They need to bring somebody else in. I liked Freddie and Brazeau. Yeah, they're really likable guys. It's just nature of the business. How much of an issue do you think team chemistry is? For some of these teams, I think it's going to be a substantial issue. But for the most part, if you're doing it now and that guy's healthy, you got some runway. Most of the teams bringing in pieces are pretty well locked into a playoff spot at this point. Lauko is a bum. Why is Lauko a bum? So is Elias Lindholm completely useless? He is a face-off winning 3C who is not a like high caliber 3C, just like an okay one, I guess. Yeah. Ugh, how sad that deal is. And everyone knew it too. Everyone knew it. Gross. New Bruins rule. Everyone uses new sticks with less than 5 minutes left in the game. Yeah, I like that rule. That's not fair. I shouldn't say everyone knew it because I convinced myself that Lindholm could be a decent 2C on a truly competitive team. And he was just going to get overpaid for that. And I didn't know it would be this bad for Elias Lindholm. Zadorov, on the other hand, I absolutely did know. And people really challenged me on that. And I feel very confident in the fact that I knew this would be an unmitigated disaster of a contract. And it is. It absolutely is. Love Laux. Glad to have him back. I am too. I mean, again, there was a certain group of the fan base that loved him to the level of just worshiping the guy. And, you know. Oh, Lord of Star Fox, I don't think Lauko and Lysell play the same position at all. You know, in the lineup, I mean. Lauko is going to be your fourth, sometimes third line guy. Lysell's going to be middle six, but Lysell still, he just hasn't hit his stride yet. And there's been moments where he has, and the team hasn't done a good job of trying to get him up into the NHL, even though this team was floundering for 4 months. But he gets hurt a lot and hasn't really been able to maintain any consistency. The Oilers head coach called him mentally weak the other day or something like that. I don't remember, but I think Freddie's going to fit in just fine there. I think he's also going to be reinvigorated. You're going to see a guy who wants to make an impact right away, whereas, I mean, Freddie was a non-impact player with us for a while, unfortunately. Still nothing Bruins related. There's got to be something, right? Like, he can't walk out of this market and just not get anything else done. What's up, Nadia? Lauko does give the Bruins more speed. Better forechecking. Love the Rantanen trade as a Stars fan. Yeah, so that's a lot to pay, though. 2/3, 2 firsts, and Stankoven. Oh, yeah, you'll have the money for him. But, I mean, you also have some guys that... And you got a lot of guys that will still need some money over the next couple of years. And, well, the cap's going to be going up, and you do have those big contracts, Sagan and Ben, coming off. So that works. That works. I think you'll be fine. Brew, what's happening? Oh, immediately skipped away from your comment. Hold on. I want to read that. Are there any players on San Jose, Chicago, or Nashville which the Bruins could be wanting? I think it's less so a conversation about that and more so of why would they trade for anybody that we are offloading right now. Because we're not going to be offloading picks, or we shouldn't be, unless it's something that like we really like. I just don't think they're trade partners, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Lauko will throw down 2. That is true. Michael DePaulo, thank you so much for your generosity. Start by saying Marshy is my favorite B. I think it is time for a culture change. They have run off too many successful coaches and shown a lack of an ability to make any adjustment in play style. Yeah, no, I love Marchand. I do think there would be some upside to just saying goodbye to the past a little bit here and truly going like, okay, we have moved on from 2011, 14 years later, you know? So I kind of agree with you there. Jersey Twins? Are we Jersey twinning? Boston Stringler is the GOAT. Is he the GOAT? The level of energy between Lauko and Kostelek, if they can both stay on the ice, like healthy, that is not a fourth line that I would enjoy playing against. Need a coach that develops young players, then we need them to bring up young guys to develop. I'm also playing safe. I do agree with enough of playing safe. Absolutely. Yeah, faster. I mean, I'm so annoyed still every time I hear faster because Sweeney's like, we're trying to get faster this offseason. And then they got bigger and slower. Vitas, we will absolutely grab a beer at some point. We will. Well, we didn't have an enforcer. Everyone complained. Now that we have Zadorov, everyone complains about him. I was neither of those. Well, I wasn't the first thing. I was not upset that we didn't have more physicality, or that was not me. Like, I do see what you're saying, but I do not fit in that camp. Ella, pretty much nothing's going on for us. For us specifically, not much. Wolf Warrior, how's it going? Johnson contract needs action, though? Yeah. God, I love Wyatt Johnson so much. What up, Preds Hockey Hunter? Keep seeing in Vegas for Marchand rumors. Yeah, I'd be really worried about trading Marchand for Jess Connolly or Jess Dorofeyev or even both, because doesn't Dorofeyev have like a crazy shooting percentage right now? I would have to look into that, though. Thank you for the kind words, Adam and Esther Reed. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that. At that point, except Pasta, maybe Geeky, trade the whole goddamn team. I obviously wouldn't trade Pasta. I wouldn't trade Swayman. I wouldn't trade McAvoy. At the rate we want to be competitive, I wouldn't trade Lindholm. Hampus Lindholm. I would prefer to keep Zaka, but we'll see. I think he is going to be a guy that gets moved potentially. The bottom 6 players will continue to be signed until the team gets faster. The beatings will continue until morale improves. God, I hope Sweeney's just working these phones. Give me something. Give me a nugget. Something. Everyone seems to be having so much fun. Nothing. Gosh, Ustadinov looks small in these pictures. Small. And he is. He's little. He's like 5'9". And he's like 166. Mike Sullivan for new coach? That'd be interesting. I don't know if I'd... Yeah, actually, no. I think I'd be fine with that. Now, of course, he would have to actually, not be coaching the Pens. Getting worried with less than an hour and a half? Yeah. Yeah. We just need to make one more move just because the assets are flying out there. There's real assets to be had. You don't have to keep all of these guys. Particularly, I hate to be this guy. I really think moving Coyle now is the best value you're going to get out of him. And that includes versus keeping him on the ice with us. I think this is the best way to get value out of this guy. Nemec is a poor man's Lori. You don't think he's got a better ceiling or at least a similar ceiling? Geek stays a Bruin. Honestly, with some of the deals we've seen, I think Geeky might be staying put. Carlo would be exceptionally difficult to replace. He would be. What are you watching for the updates? Just Twitter. I'm just on Twitter. Seems to be the fastest way to get any of this information. Just keep refreshing. Much like the skit on the last video. Any possible way we can get rid of Zadorov and Elias Lindholm prior to their contracts ending? I mean, with a few years out, yes. Like buyouts and whatnot. But right now, it seems literally impossible. Yeah, that's the concern with keeping Carlo is the concussion issues. But God, he's so good. When he's good. This year has been a disaster for the guy. But when he's on, the guy's so good. Except for Lauko, Beecher, Kostelek, but not. So that line should be an exceptionally effective fourth line. You have Beecher, who's winning a ton of faceoffs. Every single one of them is athletic and speedy. Every single one of them can forecheck well, can stand up for themselves for the most part. I mean, that could be a defensive shutdown line. Like one that you talk about in the playoffs where you just go, I love when they're out on the ice because they completely nullify the other team's offense. They just nullify it. It's the home versus away thing. You want home ice so you can put that line out against another team's second or maybe even first line and just shut them up for a little while. Sweeney gets his circled pick back, trade Freddie, and 55. We'll call it a day. Sad for us. Oh, I see what you're saying. I really hope that at least one other thing gets done. Just one more thing. Just give me one more thing. Just give me one more thing. Cap space is only available as you trust those spending it. Cap Fuchsias. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I worry about Sweeney's decision making with a lot of stuff. I typically like the trades he makes. I'm just really we need to see something here. I can't believe we've been completely left out so far, other than Brazeau, and I guess Frederick, but hold on to hope that Lindholm will be better next year. Same, because I mean, like you're saying, we're stuck. Like I'm just, highly disagree. Lori's ceiling is left D1. Oh, so we just disagree on Lori's ceiling because I think Lori's ceiling is a power play specialist, second pair. Offensive, never going to be amazing defensively, but if he could get good enough, that'd be nice. But yeah, offensive second pair defenseman. So that's kind of how I see Nemec as well, actually. Beecher is a figure skater. Other than faceoffs, he does nothing. He does defend exceptionally well. He does defend well. As a forward, he defends very well. Still dreaming of Tage Thompson coming to Boston. Would remake the team. Yeah, Tage and Pasta. Yeah. That would be pretty great. I don't know how that would ever happen, but that would be pretty great. Then one more thing will be Wotherspoon for a 4th round pick. I'm going to put, I'm going to die. If nothing else gets done, or even if we don't get another second, I'm calling for Sweeney to resign tomorrow. Yeah, if nothing else gets done in this market, I will have fallen completely off the Sweeney train. I've been a defender of his for so long. So long. I can't take... I can't keep going with this. Still pissed from 2018. I'm still pissed from 2013. Oh, yeah, 2013. There you go. Is Nemec more two-way than offensive? I thought Nemec was pretty offensive. I thought. I'm not super well-versed on his game. I'm not the guy, I guess, on that one. Have any new trades come in after the Brazeau trade? Been focused on work. For the Bruins, no. Yeah, Zadorov does have a modified no movement clause. I mean, do you really want to retain salary for the next 5 years? Use up one of your 3 slots for that? And I mean, just to get rid of the guy? I don't know. I don't get how we haven't made any moves. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little confused myself. Sweeney goes, we get Chara. I did not think Chara would be a good GM. I do not. Oh, I was going to look at free agents. Weren't I? Wasn't I? I thought I was. Sweeney's in talks with the Red Stars. What time does the deadline end? It is 3 p.m. Eastern time. So 3 p.m. where I'm at, which is 1:46 right now. Crosby to Bruins confirmed. I don't know. That might make me a little sick. It'd be kind of cool. Zucker extends. That's good for him. Good for him. Oh my gosh. Give me something Bruins related. Let me see if anybody's texted me. Sometimes friends who also do this kind of stuff have a little inside information. Nope. Nothing. And things have really slowed here. Nothing interesting happening over the past 20 or so minutes. I'm getting NFL news on my Twitter timeline. What is this? Zadorov is a great tool. You just need to know how to use it. Is there any way to use this tool that makes him worth his contract? Chara as a coach, I actually don't think he'd be a very good coach either. Chara's awesome. Like, I love Chara, but he doesn't strike me as that type. Why are you talking about Nemec? Why not? He might be on his way out of New Jersey. Yeah, it is only $2.5 million if you retain half of Zadorov's contract, but it is, 5 more years of that, and you are losing one of your 3 retainment slots. It is cheaper than the inevitable buyout as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Shaggy, you make a good point. You do. Maybe Sweeney's experiencing the phone power outage hitting half of New England right now. Ooh, that sounds nasty. All right, who do we have for unrestricted free agents in 2025? Matt Duchene? John Tavares? Yikes, dude. Obviously, Marner. Granlund, who, he's rebuilt his game in the Sharks, but no thank you. Donato, Nelson, Palmieri. No, this is not. Oh, boy. This is not an amazing free agency class now, and it's only going to get worse. Woof. Well, anyway, bring back O'Reilly or Milbury as coach. I don't know. The Sullivan idea was kind of fun. We do need to change our special teams coaching. I love Chris Kelly, but yikes. I will not take Don Cherry. Do you remember the last couple of years of his career as a broadcaster? Yikes, man. The idea of Char as a conditioning coach? Oh, absolutely. I'm talking head coach. Head coach. So here's the one thing to lean on, which is not a good thing, because none of us really want Marchand to get traded. But every report has been like, that is going down to the last possible minute. So, yeah, Kovacevic, the extension just pops up here. I see a lot of people talking about, like, we can always move some of these guys at the draft, like Coyle, for instance. But why wouldn't you move them now with the market being what it is? Going for McKenna. I'm my own source. That's good. That's good. I like that. Sweeney's had some big trade deadlines before. What's up, Jasmine? How are you? Donato. No, not Donato. I do not want Donato back. Because I'd be terrified. There is one thing that Sweeney seems to fall for all the time, and I think he's probably going to fall for it with Geeky too. He doesn't take into consideration why that player is scoring so many goals. Such as, for Ryan Donato, a career-high 17% shooting percentage right now. That's not going to last. We've seen Ryan Donato. We know what Ryan Donato is. I mean, if you have a somewhat decent memory. Savard, obviously, for coach, yes. But he's with... God, who is he with right now? He's an assistant somewhere. If we trade for Sam Bennett, like, what's the point of that? What would the point of that be? And yeah, I was pissed about Hertl. I was real pissed about Hertl. The fact that no one else knew he was even available, so dumb. Right-handed defenseman in free agency. Yeah, that's very likely going to be a target for us because they want to, again, build from the net out. Let's see here. Let's just look at right-handed defenseman. Brent Burns, who has been not great. Petrie, not great. David Savard, not great. Cody Ceci. Whoa, this is... You make it to free agency for a reason. Pioink, yes, but he is going to get paid way too much. But he would be a nice little ad here. Yeah, there's not a lot doing there. Not a lot. Come on, give me some Bruins news. Give me some news. Give me some. Nothing? Nothing. Dang it. Would you do Carlo and Geeky for Savoie, 2027 Edmonton first and 2026 Edmonton second? No, I wouldn't do that because A, I think right now in this market, though, that's not enough for both those players. And B, you are doing a complete disservice to David Pastrnak by making a trade that just does not pay off in the next probably 2 or 3 years. Like Savoie might work out. He's been moved a couple times now, but no, I wouldn't do it. I like Chris Kelly on the bench. So the problem is everything he has his hands on is terrible, is the problem. I like Chris Kelly, but yeah. Wouldn't be heartbroken if they traded Marshy. Love him, but if can get value, do it. Yeah, I get it. Luke Kunin to the Blue Jackets. Great. Man, I talked about how great this trade deadline was, and everything just froze up. If Marchand gets dealt, I'm going to be drinking straight from the bottle at my desk while I work. I wouldn't recommend it, but I do understand it. Maroon back to Boston. Ella, you're just jabbing a knife into me. What's up, Joshua? Is this Brant Clark Kings are done with him news really true? There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke. There might be fire. Sending Carlo there would make sense. Actually, I do think they'd also be a Marchand destination, but I just want some Bruins news. Everyone spent a bunch of assets earlier. This is probably what's happening is everyone spent an absolute metric fuck ton of assets early in the day as soon as the Rantanen deal started to look like it was coming into the picture. And then all of the guys, all the sellers are now like, wait, what else? Can we up this? Can we up this? And then there's a bunch of teams that are like, we already spent all our shit, man. Rowan just figured out that low quality Ian from Short Shift are one and the same. His mind is blown. No way. Did he like one more than the other? Why did they put a guy who they saw excel at the PK in charge of the PP? Yeah, maybe he's building it so it sucks on purpose. He's just naturally how he is. Oh, yes. I loved Chris Kelly and Peverly. They were great for us. I hate being a Leafs fan. I have no hope at all this year. Love your intros to your videos. Always make you smile. Wait, hold on. First of all, thank you. Why do you have no hope this year? Like, this is as far as in the East, this is your year to make the finals, right? Whoever you meet at the top is going to be an absolute juggernaut, it looks like. So this is what my dad felt when the Bruins traded Bork. You haven't gotten the feeling yet. You know, I don't know. We'll see. Just give me something. Give me something. What's up, Dave? How are you? Thank you so much for the kind words. Sweeney running it back with a bottom 5 team. Let's see if we can get an even a better pick. And that's my biggest fear is that Sweeney looks at his team and says, well, we haven't been healthy all year, which is true. But it doesn't change the fact that this offense is butt cheeks. It's butt cheeks. And frankly, the defense hasn't been good either, or the goaltending, or the special teams, or the attitude. Basically all of it. He prefers the pod because he got away with swearing on the chirp line. Oh, that's right. That was an awesome call, by the way. And to anyone who doesn't know, the Short Shift podcast, that's a podcast that I'm a part of, has a direct line that you can call to leave us voicemails. You have to keep them 60 seconds or under because we ran into an issue where, some of you are ramblers. Nathaniel, thank you so much for all of the kind words. Yeah, Jackets get Kunin, which is fine. Kunin's not moving the needle much. And I like that the Jackets aren't overextending here. Jersey close to extending Kovacevic? I believe that's already a done deal. I think that's already locked in. There's still nothing on the Bruins here. Just nothing. Yeah, Kovacevic gets a 5-year deal. For some reason, I thought it was 4 initially. And, Sweeney is scheduled to have some media time here this afternoon. We'll see. sign some free agents. Hold on. What is this here? After the trade deadline every year, particularly after the regular season ends, teams around the attention tells. I think there are. I'm not the best person to ask about that, unfortunately. Robert Chalmers on Twitter, I frequently see him bringing up NCAA guys, so he might be worth checking out for something like that. Geeky is arguably our second best offensive threat, and that really tells you something. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. If the Bruins bottom out and pick in the top 3, who's your pick out of the top 3 guys? I haven't gotten to draft research yet. This is the downside of doing games like covering every single game is the future has to stay in the future until I can find time to do it because I still work 50 hours a week at my regular job. And I'm trying to take care of my relationship as well. So I just don't have enough there. I hear great things about Hagen's and the other one that everyone talks about, but I just haven't been able to watch them for myself. Brian, thank you so much. Power is flickering bad. What is going on up there? What is happening? Jasmine, have a great night. If you shut down Pasta, you shut down the Bruins. Yes. And the great thing about Pasta is it's impossible to truly shut him down. Like, he's going to find a way to give his line mates a real scoring chance. It's just, well, like you said, if it's not him shooting, it's unlikely it's going in. Although he just finds Geeky in these spots. There were also, if you go back through Geeky's goals, there's very few that you're like, wow, what a goal scorer goal. Honestly believe, hold on, I'm going to highlight this one. Honestly believe anything that happens will be announced at the backlog portion of the trades. Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is a poor way to run the team. Tubton Ditashi, what's up? Wait, Coyle Carl. Oh shit, Coyle Carl. Oh shit, something's happening. I'm hold on. Everyone calm down. Wait, I'm the one getting worked up. Traded Colorado. Yes! We get to root for Charlie Coyle in Colorado. That's awesome. Yes, it's sad. But he has one more year in a contract. He is not having a great year, and there's value to be had right now. He's not a part of our future. This is a good idea. Geeky does have a good wrist shot. I agree. This is a good idea, and he's going to a team that we get to root for. Like, we like rooting for Colorado, right? Yes! Yes, baby! Here we go. What's the return? Give me something. Okay, this is like confirmed by everyone. What does Colorado have for shit, though, right? News. Just in time, Sir 50. All right, so they do not have a first-round pick in the next 2 years. They no longer have Callum Ritchie. Fuck. Wait, what are we actually getting out of this deal? Am I about to be absolutely just heartbroken? Yeah, that actually, Andrew did just fuck that up, didn't he? If it's from Middlestat, I'm going to be so sad. He's not anywhere he goes. If he can't work on Colorado, by the way, then Middlestat's not. Oh, God, the more you guys say it, the more it makes sense, too. Oh, no. How many 3Cs can one team have, though? I would not love a Middlestat trade. I would really, really super not. Hold on. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to jump over to the JFresh cards real quick to hopefully give me some hope that maybe I'm being too harsh. Because every time I watch Middlestat, I'm pretty unimpressed. No, yep. Just a... yikes. He's also had a really bad year. He's 25, which I get. If he's part of the return, Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Because that feels... I don't know. I don't want to be negative. Fuck. How many 3Cs can a team have, is what I'm saying. No, Middlestad's definitely... he's part of it. But if he's saying he's part of it, but is he the primary part? By the way, if Marchand goes to the Leafs, I have to try to do something with Dangle, right? Like I have to try to. Something, anything. What, Andrew? What? Are you telling me to check my phone? Oh. Wait, Malinsky in a second. Hold on. Andrew, you're not on Twitter anymore, right? Sam Malinsky and okay, hold on. Andrew, you want to jump on here for a second? You want a guest spot here for a moment? How do I send you this? Because I can't put it in the chat. I feel like everyone's going to join immediately if I try to do that. Oh, let me hide that too. This has just been highlighted forever. I don't know enough about Malinsky. Yeah, Andrew is definitely not allowed on Twitter. I got to see if he wants to come on. Zellers, do you want to come on, Andrew? Let me know. If you want to do a thing. Okay, how do you want me to send this to you? I'll just I'll just jump into our last episode's itinerary and I'll just put it at the top there. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. I have to learn how to let you in again. Links there if you want it, bud. Links there if you want it. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to put on like headphones and shit now. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Also got a second. Repairing shot defenseman. I have thoughts put me on. I haven't reviewed it yet. Hold on. We're figuring this out. Hold on. We must have retained. We definitely retained on him. I don't like the middle stat part of this, but I'm not like upset about it. Let's see how this works. This might be good. This might be good. I'm not fully out on it. I don't love the middle stat part of it. I truly don't. I just don't see how. I mean, he might just be an upgrade for us. Is it our pick coming back again? Oh, I've got to actually put you in the window. Oh, that's not big enough.
Hey.
Oh, look at him. It's all him right now. Look at the guy. It's Andrew. There we go. Andrew, give us your take on the trade. Give us, what do you got here?
I like it. I'm not a massive fan of Middlestat. I never have been. I really agree with you on that. But Zellers is a 2024 second-round pick, left winger. Decent scoring guy. He was ranked, I believe, I can't pull it right now, but he was ranked in the top 5 of Colorado's prospects. It wasn't Malinsky. Malinsky was a false report, but the trade, according to Friedman, is Middlestat, a second-round pick, and William Zellers for Charlie Coyle, and it's 50% retained as well. So there's your second retainment slot.
Retainment has to be there.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes all the sense. I figured if we moved on from either him or Coyle, we were gonna have that retainment. Wow.
I'm
pretty cool with this.
We should do it like a proper recording at the end of the deadline here.
Yeah, we should. We really should.
One where I'm not on my phone.
Yeah. Andrew knows. The thing is, I'm okay with the prospect stuff, but Andrew is actively on top of these guys. He's just on top of these guys, you know? He sees these guys and he's just on top of them. So that's
I like to jump in and sit in on them and what?
Sit in on these men. So this is William Zellers? Is this guy?
Yeah, I believe his name is William Zellers. Give me a sec. William.
Yeah, 5'11", 18 years old, left shot center, but I guess he's probably playing left wing.
He is a USHL. He's in the USHL for the Green Bay Gamblers, United States Junior League as an 18-year-old. 37 goals in 40 games.
Is he an underager for them?
18. He's 18. Yep.
Holy, not bad. Okay. All right. I don't like Middlestat's cap hit either, but it's. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, I guess. I'm so glad that I also get to root for Colorado and Coyle over there, right? That's a nice spot for him. Wow, don't make moves to benefit the team? Wait, what do you mean? Andrew's too loud. He is a little loud. He's also frozen at this point. Or Lauku's too quiet either. Thank you, John B. I don't know how Restream works. Also, I'm pretty sure I've lost Andrew, so we're just gonna... Bye-bye, buddy. Bye-bye. Oh, man. Thank you, Andrew. You died. This is absolutely crazy. I really appreciate Andrew jumping on like that. That's very helpful. And if we get a real prospect out of that, that's good. It doesn't help right away, but still, that's a guy that if he's useful in the future, great, good stuff. I'll have to take some notes after. We'll, of course, do a low-qual video about that for people who can't join in. Oh, is Olofsson going to Vegas? Not going to Vegas. Is Olofsson leaving Vegas? Uh-oh. That does have some Bruins written all over it, too. Uh-oh. Colorado's my dad's team since Nordiques. When I was little, it was absolutely Colorado because the Bruins sucked. I'm texting Andrew right now. He just everything shut down on him. My wife's gonna be real sad. Her boyfriend Charlie is gone. I get it. Zellers is solid. Watched him multiple times in Green Bay this year. Not saying it will translate to the NHL. Hey, I mean, it's still a good prospect that you're getting back. I'm good with this. And again, Coyle wasn't part of the future, you know? So, I mean, I like Coyle. I'm sad about this, but I'm also not that sad. Oh my goodness. I'm glad. See, this is what I needed. I needed them to do something. There had to be something. And honestly, Middlestat, he's not a bad player. He's just I don't think he's gonna be a game changer for us. God, it would be nice if he just hit his stride here, though, and it's just a solid 2C. What's up, Dampen? How you doing? Got to add picks most likely, but swap roster with Kings sounds good. Marchand is my favorite player in the league that's not playing for Toronto. Well, you might get him. We'll see. Middlestat cameo incoming. I do need that. I need to just talk a bunch of shit about him so that he he can get a cameo. Oh, he just sent me another thing about Zellers. I mean, he's just a scorer and he's a creator. And if this guy can create offense, yeah. Yeah, it does sound like timeline though. There's a real timeline for him. Like he won't be here soon. Is Sweeney still toast at the end of the season? I don't think he was toast unless he didn't do anything here. Olofsson, see, that's one of those things that kind of. Well, let me see here. Yeah, but we wouldn't be trading for Olofsson, right? We wouldn't be trading for Olofsson. Mrazek and Craig Smith to the Red Wings. This is what I wanted, though. This is what I wanted. I wanted us to move off a guy that makes sense to move off now and get real value. And I think Zellers immediately, knowing little about him, is still your third best prospect right this moment. Maybe higher. Ugh. The leadership takes a little hit in the room, but the leadership's been pretty tough. It's been pretty tough this year, so we're going to see. We're going to see. Yeah, no, dudes, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. It's a meme. Leafs are morons and wants to extend Mitch Marner. Do you not like Mitch? 2026 and Local is rocking a Middlestat Bruins jersey during the playoffs. It's happened. It happened with Coyle. I talked so much shit about that Coyle Donato trade, and then I ended up having to buy his jersey because I made some weird bet about it. Carolina looking at Marshy, that makes a lot of sense. And if they want to give us one or two of those firsts, again, late round picks though, or late first round picks. Oh my goodness, it's nice to have a little prospect to watch, a new one, to get excited about. He probably, if I were to rank our prospects right now, anyway, to get Jakey back. Oh, that's sad, Scarlett. I wish. Oh yeah, Middlestat can't be wearing 37, right? No. If I was going to rank our prospects right now, yikes. Is Lysell still number one? Lorai and Patra are not included, obviously. So Lysell and Merkulov are 1 and 2, and then maybe Zeller. Loke Johansson's been doing so well that it's really hard to see them want to move off of him. They're really excited about that. TSN is drooling on. Okay. Dicky Darkside, thank you for the visual. Do you see a verified trade for Carlo? There's so many people talking about it. I feel fairly confident that this is real. Oh God, did we all just run for something that there are big names talking about this? Oh no, but there's no one that I fully trust. Ooh, what a good call out there. I have not seen anything legit yet. Uh-oh. Somebody correct me. Somebody correct us. Someone correct us that there's a legitimate source that's giving it to us. I think Carlo's next out the door. It's going to start getting real thin as far as this year's lineup if you start moving more guys. I still think one of Zaka, Marchand, or Geeky goes. But I mean literally just one of them. Dean Letourneau, he's had a brutal freshman year, but that was expected because he basically was making the leap from what equated to a middle school team to this. So he's just not high on the list right now. He hasn't flashed any of that potential we're hoping for him to. But again, this first year was supposed to be like, do not pay attention this year. The Bruins roster really isn't any worse. They really aren't any worse right this moment. That's true. Listen, Dom Tiano Monday. Talk about Carlo to Calgary for a while. Yes, no, that's been a well-founded rumor at this point. Yeah, this is a good point too. Defumi, who does a lot of the Boston replays and highlights and stuff, he said he wouldn't even call this selling. These are just hockey trades. And yeah, there's real players coming back. TSN announced the Coyle trade. Okay, if they've announced it, hard to get worse, to be fair. Great point. What is the full trade package for Coyle? It looks to be, just to make sure I don't get anything wrong here, Middlestat, Zellers, and a second-round pick, which is actually our second, from 2026. I think it's 2026 is the one we don't have, right? Oh, maybe I'm wrong about that. I could be wrong about that. Unless Puckpedia has already updated, which it doesn't look like it has. So this was previously committed to BU, so I wonder if he'll go back. Played against him a year ago, and he's legit. Could be a gem. I'm hoping. Vegas for Marchand, there's some smoke there, but I just don't see them having the assets, and I would really hate it if it was like, hey, we got Connolly back, Just got younger and added picks without losing talent. Yes. I would say last year's version of Coyle is better than Middlestat, but is Middlestat even good? He's fine. He's a 3C. He's another 3C is the problem. Hope Geeky for his brother in Tampa. That would be absolutely insane. There is no way Tampa's doing that. I think this is a good deal. I think it's a good deal, particularly for the pick and the prospect, and Middlestat is close to a lateral move right now. In the very little I've seen them play, I've always liked Gasso and Jelvik on BC. I really, really like Jelvik. He's had a harder season this year, but I think he's going to make a bottom six, middle to bottom six NHL team someday. To be fair, it could definitely get worse. I mean, it could, but not while you have Pasternak. It's not going to get to Sharks level bad. And ESPN has a trade confirmed on the trade tracker. Okay. I'd rather cease to exist than see Marchand in a Hurricanes jersey. Fair and valid. I think Thomas agrees with you there. Team needs playmakers, and Middlestat has more skill than Coyle. Again, I would argue that last year's Coyle is better than Middlestat, a better creator, a better player. Middlestat's been really tough this year, but he also had a much better year last year too. So you don't know what you're getting, really, I would say. I want to buy a Marner jersey just to burn it. Yikes, dude. So that answers my question of if you liked Marner or not. March 7th, Avalanche gets C, Charlie Coyle. Bruins get C, Casey Middlestat. Left wing, Will Zellers, and a second-round pick. Yep. Rumors surrounding Elias Lindholm for McDavid. They're not legit, and it's me spreading them. I'm going to run with it. I'm going to report that on Twitter right now. Bruins with almost $30 million to spend next offseason. Do yourself a favor here and go look at how many positions we need to fill with that $30 million. I'm going to take just a second to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I want to buy a Neely jersey just to burn it. Yikes, dude. Also yikes. Can't wait to get 6 more Zadorovs with that $30 million. Yeah, you could get 6 whole Zadorovs. I like this. I do like this. Oh, we also gave up a 5th round pick. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Detroit now has 7 goaltenders under contract. That's crazy. You guys hear Larry being all upset because he can't be trusted not to ransack the kitchen when I'm doing this? I'm not even sure if it's getting to the mic. Boo, 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 boo. Don't be so humble. Just ask for the deadline to be postponed straight up. The more I think about it, the Coyle trade is nice. Had a great year last year, but that's pretty good for a guy whose age is going to age out for him. Yes, I did see. This is what I mean. It's like he's not a part of the future of the team. This is a nice package for that guy at the right time. Oh, I love these little recaps. So far, we have lost Trent Frederick, Justin Brazeau, and Charlie Coyle. We have gained 2 second-round picks in 2025, although I don't know if that's accurate. A 2026 4th, a 2026 6th, Warner, Lauko, Kuznetsov, Middlestat, and Zellers. That's not bad. That's really not bad. Pet that dog. Wait, which dog? Oh, hi, Velma. Can you see Velma? Yes, you can kind of see Velma. Oh, now she's stretching out of view. I'm just petting her butt. Just petting her butt. Oh, we heard Larry. I honestly looked up thinking it was my dog. Sorry about that. Carlo to Dallas makes sense? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I just don't know if they have the means anymore. Craig Smith escaped Chicago. Good for him, honestly. Anything else goes, you think? I still think one of the 3 big forwards is going to go. One of Zacha, Marchand, or Geeky. Take Phil the Thrill over Marner in 2025. I think you make your point. Who's Nudinov? I'm trying over here, all right? I'm trying. And I'll keep trying. It's fine. I still don't think I've said Kostelik's name properly once. I mean, seriously, you just got an 18-year-old prospect with some scoring up, like real scoring upside, and a 25-year-old center for Charlie Coyle and a second. Like, that's not bad. Yeah, I did hate the fact that, and look, I was not happy about Coyle coming over initially. So again, I'm being hypocritical here, but I didn't enjoy the way people treated Coyle because his contract sucked when that was a Sweeney issue, not a Coyle issue. And then over the years, obviously, that contract has gotten very palatable. Yep. People are liking this trade. People are liking the trade. There's no way we allow 37 to get taken. I know he isn't retired yet, but like, there's no way. Cody Glass again to a new team. Now to the Devils. What for? What's that trade? I'll be a believer if Marchand joins the Leafs. I mean, you should be. Just the intangibles alone. You know? This is the year for the Leafs, man. Like, the East is wide open. Although it would be funny if they made the finals and just got absolutely smacked around. It's nice to have some prospects who will stop us from talking about and hoping for Lysell and Merkulov to become top 6 NHLers. Unfortunately, that conversation won't die yet because we do need help sooner rather than later. Charlie Coyle as the most underrated. Hold on, it just skipped away from me. The most underrated, overpaid player in the league. You know, Shaggy, I think you're right. Yeah. Geeky better not be leaving local. I mean, I feel like Geeky's a great candidate to sell high on. Coyle just got a 2nd-round pick, a scoring prospect, and a young-ish player. Bullish on Zellers. Zellers got crazy potential. People are liking it. He is small, Vetus. He is small. Boser or Bozer is the masculine form of Bose. It means evil and angry. So it's like an evil and angry man. Great. I like it. Millstat had term till 2027, and he's solid. Yeah, I'm not excited about the player, honestly. Be a Merkel of Shield until the day I die. All right, I respect it. You got to stand for something. Any word on how Avs fans are feeling about Charlie Coyle trade? Probably some kind of way. Let's find out, shall we? Let's do this. Let's go to Reddit. I'm sure everything will be super, super normal over there. Let's just take a little look-see, all right? Let's just jump over Colorado Avalanche. This is fun content, guys. No, I don't want to see that. Yikes, Reddit. Yikes, that's a weird suggestion. Someone has to have posted about it anyway, right? Like, they have to have posted this already. No way. How have they not posted this yet? Unless my settings suck and I actually just have it filtered poorly. Well, all right then. We'll just have to check the old Twitter. I wonder if they've actually reported it to their side of things yet. Their fans. Nope. No, they have not. No, they have not. That's crazy, actually. Staying real quiet. Although I guess the Bruins haven't really done anything either. But yeah, so a 5th-round pick is going the other way. And I assume retention. No one's reporting retention, but it's got to be retained. For all of that, if Geeky leaves, I made a believer out of you. He's elite. Yeah, you made me believe that he's worth a 1st-round pick. The ultimate dub of the deadline will be if we don't have enough able bodies to dress an entire lineup this weekend. Hell yeah. Yeah, we give a 6th-rounder. Wait, a 6th-rounder? A 5th-rounder. We give a 5th-rounder in the Coyle trade. Last I saw, at least. Wow, there's a lot of mixed opinions on this, actually. Yeah, it looks like the consensus, though, is that they don't love it from the Avs side. It's a 3rd for Cody Glass? God, this market's nuts. Do you think we actually trade Marshy? I might actually cry. I think we might. I mean, I hate to be that guy. It's like a 50-50 for me. Luckily, I sit here and I just don't have... I don't put Marchand at the same level that I do true franchise icons. And I know that that's me. That's not everyone else. There's a different opinion on that. I don't think that opinion is wrong. But so if a Marchand trade happens, I can lean into that and go, okay, great value for a guy at this stage. And it sucks. It's going to suck. I'm not going to be happy. But if the value's right, I'll understand it. I'll be okay. There are people out there that put him at absolute franchise icon, like number should be retired, all of that. And yeah, I would understand why you would want him to retire a Bruin. This is what you get for Coyle. I'm all in for trading Marshy. Well, there is a cap, remember. There's diminishing returns at a certain point because, I mean, no one's giving you 3 firsts for Marchand, I don't think. Maybe, possibly. Did we really not retain on this? I love watching people be like, actually, maybe we do like Don Sweeney a little bit. Marchand will re-sign with the Bruins this summer. Get something for him now. Adam, I'm with you. I love it. That is extremely rare. Extremely rare for a player to actually come back in free agency like that. And see, John, I totally get it. And I don't think you're wrong for that. We just disagree on it. And one of those things where, like, we just got to agree to disagree, you know? What if we trade Marchand and then just re-sign him in the offseason? Yeah, it's just so rare that it actually happens like that. Because oftentimes these guys are either they're in the room with their new team, the new team wants to keep them around, they can get the deal done, they just say, screw it, I don't want to move again. Or they sit there and go, well, I've already lost that play my whole career for this specific team kind of badge of honor. So, like, let me just chase a cup, which he honestly has the right to do as well. There is a piece of me that's rooting for Marchand to get traded because I want to see him in the playoffs. I want to see him on a contender. You know, what would a trade package for him even look like? It would be a first-round pick. It would be a real prospect that like is almost ready, like really, really high-end prospect, and then likely, I don't know, a couple other small things. All these prospects who are kicking up sound great until I remember they only get a few games on the fourth line before we declare them a bust. Yeah. You're one of those that feel Marshy should retire a Bruin. I get it. I don't think that's wrong. I just don't think that's wrong at all. Is Middlestat 26? I kept saying 25 earlier. Is he 26? Yeah, he's 26. My bad. He's 26. Still. And I think he still has 2 more years. So he's locked up. Like, that's one less contract you have to sign, you know? Believe it or not, I've always believed in Sweeney. I have receipts too. This offseason made my faith wane a little bit. If Boston isn't ready to compete for a cup, just keep Marchand. But, like, that's also kind of the point, isn't it? Is, like, you could get a lot to get you closer to competing for a cup sooner rather than later if you trade him. This is the Don Sweeney experience. For every good move he makes, he also makes 2 head scratchers. Well, so far he's 3 for 3. So we got 6 moves coming that we are not going to like, apparently. My buddy, who is a huge Canes fan, said there's whispers of Carolina making a push for Marshy. Yeah, that would be tough to see, particularly because my closest friend, my ride or die, is a huge Canes fan, and he likes to prank me, and this would give him so much weaponry. Like, he's the guy, to give you an idea of who this man is. You know what getting iced means, where you find a Smirnoff Ice somewhere where you didn't expect it, and you just get down on one knee and chug it? I know I'm in my 30s, but we still do this. Every year on Easter, which Easter is coming up, thank you for the reminder. Every year on Easter weekend, I won't even say on the direct day, he either breaks into my house or he is somewhere in my yard and sneaks around and hides a bunch of these for me to find. And sometimes they've sat in the sun for a week, and I still got to drink them because there's a certain respect to respect the hustle. It's more fun when he gets to break into my house and do it. If I'm home, it's not possible because my dogs will bark. But once he gets into the house, my dogs realize who it is, and they're fine. But yeah. I'm guessing us taking Casey was one way to avoid us retaining. Yeah. That makes sense. If Geeky isn't moved, I'm not forgiving Sweeney for this summer yet. I don't think you have to move Sweeney. You don't have to move Geeky, but you also can't sign him to his next contract as like a $6 million guy. Is it truly a friend if they don't break into your house? I've said the same thing probably too many times. Like, is it truly the love of your life if she doesn't assault you every now and again? I've been in some weird relationships. How long until the end of the deadline? We are looking at 25 minutes. Well, though news will probably come out for the next hour. You and your friends icing each other in your 30s is awesome. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you, Quacking Platypus. Every time I see that username, it's just excellent. I think I missed some stuff here. Yeah. You'd be okay with Marchand and Carolina? Yeah. They would have to give up. I mean, maybe both of those picks they just got, which neither one of them are for this year, but still. 5 years, 8.4 AAV for Wyatt Johnston. I fucking love Wyatt Johnston, man. I love that guy. I love watching Dallas play. I am concerned. Obviously, I'm worried that we won't be competitive enough to make any sort of value out of the rest of Pasternak's 20s, which, I mean, he's 28, so there's not many left. But, yeah, I want to be so competitive when we have a top 10 player in the league like that. God, that's such a... Honestly, that Johnson trade's... Not Johnson trade. That Johnson deal is great. He's worth it. After this stream, I'm going to have to make a breakdown of the Coyle trade. Of course, I'll have to make that video. It sounds like It sounds like Andrew wants to jump on for some short shift stuff. Hopefully we can do that. Yeah, it's just timing today because today's still a work day for me. I was supposed to take off, but a lot of meetings and stuff that I still have later. Marchand to Winnipeg for one of, hold on, let's highlight this one. Dallas, Colorado is going to be a wild series. Marchand to Winnipeg for one of these three center prospects: Braden Yeager, Chaz Lucius, or Brad Lambert. I don't know much about Chaz. I love the name though. Plus a 2026 first and Alex Iafallo to make the money work. Retain on Marshy if you have to. Thoughts? Not knowing enough about the prospects, but I'm assuming you've picked three of like their good center prospects or their good offensive prospects, I should say. I think I would do it. I would like rooting for him on the Jets. Yeah. If Marshy gets traded, please be far. Anaheim, San Jose, Seattle. He's going to go to a contender if he gets traded, though. If Geeky continues to play first-line minutes, do you think he'll ask for first-line money? He's going to hit 26, 27 goals this year. I mean, he's going to ask for, like, hey, I'm a top-line talent. And I just refuse to believe he truly is that. Yeah, I think Pasta will be great into his 30s too, but I just, I'm selfish and needy. Shell Force trade top line. That's a good question. Gosh, what is that? I mean, Marner comes to play, right? Although Marner plays the right side. There's no centers on the market right now, right? There's just none. What lines are we looking at? Middlestat is the 2C, Patra 3C. I'm a little confused here about that, but maybe they're trying to shop Lindholm. I don't know. How cool would it be if we somehow got Wyatt Johnston, though? I know that's obviously not happened, but what a smart deal by him. Do 5 years because your next paycheck's going to be massive. It's going to be massive, and you're not going to do the full 8 years. I think there's going to be something else. I think there's going to be something else here. I know hockey is a business. I'll highlight that one. Might be in the business of arson if they trade Marchand. I respect it. I respect it. Will never happen, Lambda. Oh, hold on. I missed future Bruin Mitch Marner. Yeah, it is hard to see us putting that much money on the right side and still having nothing on the left or center. Marchand and Lindholm to Utah for future considerations. Dude, future considerations can fucking bang, though. So either Zaka gets dealt or nothing else happens. Well, no, there is one thing that's going to happen, right? We are either going to see a Marchand trade or we are going to see a Marchand extension. One of those two things will happen by 2:59. Coyle to the Avalanche. Yep, you heard it right. Yes, Blaze, I agree. I do really agree. It's a good return for Coyle. Mostly joking about Marner. It would be cool. Like, if Marchand gets traded, there's a little piece of me that almost wants it to happen so that I can watch him in the playoffs, I don't think that's wrong. Extend the rat? All right, well, And now that I get to root for Charlie Coyle in Colorado is just awesome. I'm really excited about that. Like, for him to go somewhere that I'm excited about is awesome. Guys, we have 18 minutes left. Although, again, news is going to trickle out basically till 4 o'clock, which is probably where I'm looking about ending the stream to get to work on my stuff. What's up, Dampen? Thank you so much. We've been waiting for you so we can keep going. Saka needs to stay with Pasta. He needs to support check center. I appreciate it. I can definitely appreciate that. Can we get Andrew to say nothing else is going to happen so we see something happen? That was like immediate. He said that, and immediately the Coyle trade broke. If Marshy gets traded, please what? Please be to Tampa or Florida? Oh, so that you can okay, I guess. But I don't like that. I don't like that. Boston Stringler is at work. I'm sorry, buddy. We made any trades since Brazzers. We did do a little one there. We did do a little one. Little Charlie Coyle trade. So I just really feel like something else is about to happen. Man, the Canes have to do something else, right? They have to do something else. Yeah, no, everyone's not enjoying the. Damn it! I'm sorry. I didn't know you were serious. I thought you were like messing with us for a second. Yeah, Charlie Coyle goes to Colorado with a 5th-round pick, no retainment. It looks like, in which he brings back Casey Middlestat, which we're all kind of like meh about, but also William Zellers, who's a pretty good-looking prospect in the USHL and going into University of North Dakota next year, and then a 2nd-round pick. Marchand for Hurdle. Yeah, I don't know why either team would do that, though. It doesn't make Vegas immediately better. Like, Vegas's greatest strength is the fact that they can walk 1, 2, 3 down the center and just have a really elite centers for any matchup. What's up, Bereavement? Have you all watched the same Zaka I have this year? Yeah, they're just very optimistic about the guy. Thank God you didn't buy that Brazeau. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't buy that Brazeau jersey either. Yeah, I'm excited about that Coyle trade because I was ready for this to happen. I'll miss him, but I was ready for this to happen, and it sounds like that's real value coming back. God, I hope Colorado wins the Cup this year. I really do. How fun would that be for Coyle? All the media people are really upset. Charlie Coyle is great, apparently. I mean, obviously, he's one of the nicest guys. Why did we trade for Hurdle last year? Vegas paid almost nothing. Yeah, there's a lot of debate about that, but it sounds like no one was even aware. Which pisses me off because I've been shouting from the rooftops for 3 years that someone should talk to them about trading for him. What's up, OVK son? But we never did it. We fleeced Colorado. It feels like a very good trade for us. In the current market, though, man, this is just what it was. And they're pretty down on Middlestat at this point. And again, if Colorado wins the Cup, it doesn't matter what trade they made this year. Yeah, Marchand to Vegas is one of the more likely options. It's just that I don't know what Vegas sends us that I'm actually excited about, you know? Like, it's almost like I would rather them trade Trevor Connolly for picks to then trade those picks to us. I'm still on the Wild wagon. No, look, I'm super into the Wild too, and them winning would make me look really smart based on the beginning of the season. But I mean, I just like Charlie Coyle, I guess. They do have to get healthy for sure. Is William Zellers any good? He is, I can't think, currently leading the USHL in goals as an 18-year-old. He has 37 goals in 40 games, or swipe that, 40 goals in 37 games. One of those two. He's got a lot of goals in not as many games, or in maybe as many games. I can't get Larry out. Thank you for your generosity, first of all. I can't release Larry because I can't police him while while I'm doing this. He goes into the kitchen, he like jumps on the counters. He's a bad dog. He's a bad dog. Zaka is a big part of Pasta's game. I would argue the exact opposite. Ran into Dallas. Yep, you are a little late on that one, Dan. That one's been decided. Summon Larry. God damn, I'm gonna have to grab. But then I'm gonna have to put him right back into his little house. He's gonna be upset about it. Yeah, no. If Kaprizov isn't healthy for the playoffs, then that's that. It really doesn't look like we're retaining anything in Coyle. I'm really confused by this. Marchand for Byfield in a first. I mean, that's been tossed around a little bit. It's the longer we go without an extension announcement, the more likely a Marchand trade gets announced. That's what I want everyone to understand. I like the I like the NHS trade was really high on him going into the season. Yeah, I do too. I think that's good. Gold Tiger, thank you so much for your generosity. And right after a shift too. That's hard-earned cash, brother. Thank you so much. Or sister. I don't know. But thank you so very much. I appreciate you. So what help do you need? So basically the Bruins have done one main thing today, which is they have traded Charlie Coyle for a I've already forgotten all the details. For Middlestat, for William Zeller, who is looking like a very, very good offensive weapon prospect, who would basically immediately be one of our best prospects, and then a second-round pick. Thank you for your generosity. And Nightmare Eco, re-upping with the high-quality inspector membership. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. If Geeky or Marchand leaves, I'm rioting because you know Geeky is our best player. I mean, it's hard to argue with that. Release Larry, he must ravage. Thank you, Nightmare Eco, for re-upping the membership. Zero retention. Yeah, I can't find anything on the retention. Doubt the Kings want to part with Byfield, but that's been a weird relationship for a few years now. I don't know how food motivated Larry is, but 80% of the time it works every time with my dog. Yeah, I mean, it's actually getting close to dinner time for them. Well, no, we're still an hour and a half away from that, but sell Lysell on God. I mean, at this point, his value is not high around the league at all. Shit. Vegas Golden Knights just tweeted hi. Uh-oh. There's always something with Vegas. What did they do? What did they do? Are they just messing with us? I'll fall for it. I got no problem falling for it today. What's weird with Byfield? It's just the way that King's relationship has gone with him. They were shopping him at one point, then they weren't. They were really high on him, and then they dropped him down. They scratched him. There's just been a lot of really weird stuff over there with Byfield, and they like him. They do, and they want obviously they want to keep him, but it's been weird over the past 3 years with that. Oh, as soon as Robbie basically says this, we see the tweet hi from Vegas. What did they do? What the hell did they do? Oh, no. Oh, no. And again, I don't really want Marchand to go there because, okay, first of all, let's give some credit to Vegas. I hate them. But they're really good at this. They're really good at getting us worked up. I don't want them to go there because they don't have assets that are going to immediately help. They have guys performing at a level that I don't think they'll maintain in Boston. And their prospects I don't like that much. So I don't like Connolly all that much. I really don't. Yeah. They tweeted a hi, and now you're pacing. I'll just keep refreshing. Come on, Vegas. What the fuck are you doing? It's got to be Boser, right? It's got to be. Actually, that makes way more sense. It's got to be Boser. It's got to be Boser. I mean, Vegas' social media admin is doing a great job. Give them a raise. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Boston fans are freaking out. Olsen for Marchand? I don't know. Why would we trade for a 29-year-old? Like, I mean, he's having a good season, don't get me wrong, but his finishing is crazy this year. There'd have to be some younger pieces coming back in that trade. Unless Marchand came out and said, I wanted to compete for a cup. Nightmare Eco, again, with more money. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Next season, more live streams. Love them. I do need to do more of them. I think with the new job, technically there should be more opportunity to not be exhausted all the freaking time. But I don't know. I hope to do more. I want to do more with the channel in general. It's been a tough year. It's been a tough year. It's got to be Bozer, right? It's got to be. Shea Theodore is out for the year, I think, right? The team I work for actually ended up injuring Trevor Connolly both times we played him, so don't love that. Valid. Was that last year that they got Hurdle too? That feels like it was 10 years ago. I'm not going to read all this. I'm just going to highlight it because it's correct. Vegas, what did you do? The Bruins have returned Patra, Lettieri, Tufte, Brown, Mitchell, and then who's Nadinov? Who's Nadinov? Who's Nadina? I'm going to get it. To Providence. That is just so that they'll be available for the playoffs in Providence. That does not mean that they will not be available this weekend. Like, for instance, Kuznetsov is practicing with the team today. He's not actually getting sent down. They're just doing a paper transaction. So no one panic, I guess is what I'm saying. No, I don't think second-round picks should be scoffed at by any means. I will say, do we have 500 people in here right now? Yeah, we do. Hell yeah. What's up, everybody? I will say that statistically, they don't pan out often. But, I mean, we're also, not to compare us to the NBA again, but talent is getting better. It's just getting better. And so it means that drafts are just deeper, and they just continue to be deeper. Not this year, really. Also, this year, the second-round draft picks might be kind of valuable because there's a lot of talk about basically after your first like 5 or 6 guys, the next like 60, you're like, we don't know. We don't know who's better than what. So you might find some gems. Bergev's second-round pick. Yep. We have had some success there. Anton Khudobin. Oh, we love a little Khudobin, don't we? We love a little Khudobin. Studnicka and JFK, though. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not... If you go 50% on second-round picks, you are like 40% higher than the next closest team. What's up, K-Dubs? Beatbox. K-Dubs Beatbox is a great username. Yeah, Johnston got paid, but that's still a great deal. I honestly think that's still a great deal. Vegas, what did you do? Hurricanes and Penguins are closing in on a Rickard Rakell deal. Thank God. Thank God. I did not want us trading for Rakell. There was a lot of rumors about it. I was not going to be pumped about it. Fucking Mike Felger just said that the best offer, that if the best offer for the Bruins for Brad Marchand is a third-round pick, they should do it. That guy doesn't know anything. What an idiot. Absolute moron that guy is. What are they doing? What are they doing? If they're doing nothing and they just tweeted hi, good for them. That's really funny. Pasta was second round, wasn't he? No, Pasta. Now you're making me think my own brain is forgotten. But where did Pasta go? Yeah, pick 25, round 1. Yeah. Never listened to Felger. I mean, he just doesn't know hockey. That's right, Nightmare Echo. I apologize. You tipped me again. That's why I apologize. But yes, you are an all-star. You are an all-star. That's right. I like how you capitalized it, too. Make sure I don't miss it. Okay, we don't have to turn this all into shitty on Felger, but I genuinely think the guy sucks. What are they doing? What is Vegas doing? And what's the deal with Marchand? There's gonna be something. There's gonna be something. It's starting to feel like it should be an extension. It's starting to feel like it should be because I don't want him to go to Vegas and Carolina's in on Raquel. So do they trade our first for more picks? I don't think so because our first might end up being like a top 6 first. Guys, we're right there. We're right there. Yeah, the Devils haven't done much. They haven't done much. Yeah, no, Ty Anderson's a goat, and Felgerd's just jealous of that because Ty Anderson reports like a real human being. He wants to be genuine and real and educational, where Felger is just there to try to stir up shit. And he knows that he's disingenuous and shitty in this field, and Ty Anderson isn't. So that's why he goes after him so hard. Because he's a piece of shit. As a job. I mean, we can hopefully pretend that as a real human being, he's not so fucking stupid. But, like, yeah, he's a brutal human being when it comes to his actual profession. Olofsson is out tonight with a lower body injury. He's day-to-day. He won't miss much time. That's why he wasn't practicing. James, I'll start over. We traded Coyle. That's it. That's it. That's the whole stream. Trade low-call Bruins fan for low-call Carolina fan. He is a lot nicer. He is a lot nicer. I think that's fair for you to say that. There's one of these two things is going to happen. Now, look, it might be announced at 3:15, but we are either getting a Marchand extension or a Marchand trade. That's what's happening. I am surprised the Habs didn't move on from any UFAs, but maybe they just want to get their young roster into the playoffs and get some experience there. Come on. We got something else in the pipeline. Yeah, we traded Charlie Coyle. We did. Charlie Coyle and a 5th-round pick for Casey Middlestat, Will Zellers, and a 2nd-round pick. No retainment. No retainment. Low qual can't be on the block. Everyone's on the block for the right price. Nothing good hardly after the 2nd round anyhow. Yeah, but I do love rooting for those picks. Like, it's fun for me. Also, I'm really excited about prospects camp next year because, I mean, I'll get to watch Zeller. Probably. What happens to the locker room if Marchand gets traded? We going up or down? Look, I don't think the rest of the season is any up, right? I think that's a pretty firm down at this point. It's 3 o'clock, guys. It's 3 o'clock. But I'm not worried about the locker room that much because the locker room has been shit this year. It's been bad. Wait, hold on. Has Howla been that bad? 28 games without a point? What? No way. Is that real? All right, guys. What's done is done. So now we just wait to find out. We are going to hear about something to do with Marchand. Ryan Donato will remain with the Blackhawks. Okay. Okay. That feels insane to me, but all right. If someone was going to pay handsomely for a 17% shooting percentage for the first time in his career, they should have done that. Maybe they didn't find the market, though. Look, will always be on the block as long as he continues to hate on my man Geeky. No, Geeky's, I think, staying. I mean, this is it. The morning skate just reported Marchand to Vegas. Don't fall for it yet. Don't fall for it. Wait for something better. Wait for something better. Hold. I don't trust it. I don't trust that at all. I don't trust it. Marchand to Florida. Oh, no. That's Elliot Friedman. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, not for Sam Bennett. No. I'm not rooting for him in the playoffs. I'm not doing it. Like, I don't give a fuck who's playing for them. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not doing it. Oh my God. Not for Sam Bennett. Come on. Come on. I wonder if Marchand chose his destination, which would mean the return's going to suck, by the way. It's a rumor. It's not true. Bozer doesn't go anywhere. Oh no, guys. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nope. Nope. Brett, what's going on? What's going on? Thank you so much for your great generosity. I'm sorry, I'm a little upset right now. Thank you. Seriously. You are the man. Oh God. Don't be for like an aged out. Like, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Come on. I'd rather keep him. I'd rather keep him. Come on. What do we got? Oh God. Guys, I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good. Don't hang yourself. Hold on. Like, hold on. At least wait till the news breaks. If Bennett's coming the other way, I'm going to be livid. A 28-year-old Sam Bennett who plays that kind of style? Come on. It's possible that it's not true. It's possible that's not true. I mean, if Anton Lundell is coming back the other way, right? Like if I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, this is gross. You know, not for nothing, but Panthers fans have just so much ammunition against us at this point. It's kind of, I'm getting kind of dull to it, but like, damn. Mom, I threw up. Was it the wrong, wait, hold on. Is it the wrong Friedman, maybe? Did we just get bamboozled by like a really great league? Nope, it's the right one. The thing is, this guy doesn't troll because his reputation is based off of this. It's a possibility, though. It's not done. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Holy shit. It's pending league call. This is like a real thing. Holy fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, my God. Shit. It's in. Yeah. They're in the trade call queue. We better have fucking fleeced them. We better have taken everything from them. We better have taken fucking everything. Yeah, my phone's blowing up with this shit right now. Marchand did it as like a prank. I don't want Barkov back. I do kind of, but if it's Bennett, I'm gonna be livid. I'll be right back. The Canes are done, huh? You get Bill Simmons is tweeting about this shit. How are the Canes done? I hope he bombs. I hope Marchand like purposefully just fucking bombs their chances. You know, I knew a Marchand trade would hurt. I monkey pod this shit. A little piece of me actually is rooting for it because I wanted to chase a cup. I'm an idiot. I monkey pod this shit, man. Yeah, the Bugman gets it. What? Barkov back would be awesome. I'm floundering, all right? I'm floundering in front of 500 people. That's all that's happening. That's all that's fucking happening. 600 people. Nice. Oh, what the... Anyone want to say something that's going to make me feel better? Anybody got anything that's... If Lundell's coming back, I'm going to be so fucking happy. He's a diving little piece of shit, but he's a hell of a hockey player. I can't. Pain. It's pain. This is bad. I'll try tuning. That's a good one. No, hold on, Lambo. Don't fuck with me right now. God damn it! Brandon Carlo too? This is a rebuild. What is happening? I'm actually a little lightheaded. What the fuck? I'm freaking out, man. By the way, I want everyone to know that if you listen to Short Shift Pod, I've predicted this. I'll say it again. If the Toronto Maple Leafs get Brandon Carlo, they are winning the cup this year. That's what I said. I have spoke all of this into existence. I am the worst human being I know. We better have so many fucking prospects and young players coming back that my dick will be hard for 37 hours. 37. That's why that number came to mind. That makes sense. I want to die. 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 I want to be dead. I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. Honestly, I could just clip the last. I should just clip the last 20 minutes of this. This is entertainment, right? This is truly, truly entertainment. That's what this is. Over 600 people now. Over 600 people in here. Just watching me. Ugh. Albert, thank you for jumping in. High Quality Inspectors, top liner, baby. Thank you for joining. This is excellent timing. You're great. You're great. I'm shouting too much. Both of them going in the same division. They kept geeky though. They kept Morgan fucking geeky when they traded off Brandon Carlo and Brad Marchand. I might actually vomit. If these deals don't blow my absolute socks off, man. If these are not excellent trades, if these are not incredible. I was happy too. I was so happy with the Coyle trade. I was so happy. What is David Pastrnak doing right now, you know? Probably what I'm doing. Probably what I'm doing. Wow. 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 It's okay. Everything's okay, guys. Everything's okay. It's all right. So, this sucks. This sucks. This feels like a rebuild. I'm not going to overreact. I'm not going to overreact. I mean, I know I just got done overreacting for like, a bit, but I'm not going to continue to do that. Tim, thank you so much for becoming a high quality inspector. All-star tier. All-star. What skills competition do you want to join for the All-Star tier? Thank you so much. Seriously. Thank you for supporting the channel. I greatly appreciate you. Oh my God, man. Lime is laughing. At least someone's laughing. Holy shit. And look, depending on the deals, I'm not even going to crush Sweeney here because I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. When they said fire sale, they meant it. And how the Coyle trade was so good, though. Adam Ella, thank you for the generosity. Thank you. I'm not missing anyone, am I? The chat's moving so fast, and I keep crying a little bit, so I might be missing things. Shaggy, thank you so much. I didn't see yours. Top line tier, baby. Let's go. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yeah. Albert, I think I already said thank you. I think I did. Hell yeah, brother. Oh my God, man. This is so painful. This is so painful. Adam Ella, thank you for your generosity. Seriously. Bob Beers is dying right now. Bob Beers is dying. I mean, at least the Coyle trade, like I know, was a good trade. But does anyone else, women included, feel like you just got kicked in the dick 8 times? Just over and over? They're resetting it. You know what? I will say one positive thing before I know the return. I will say one positive thing before we know the return, which is Don Sweeney took a position. Okay, thank you, Montrix, for the Zadorov comment. I hate you a little bit, but I respect your right to say it. Sweeney took a position. He did. He said, this is what we're doing. Like, this is not, you're not a fence sitter. Like, you made a decision. Short pod, hell yeah. Yeah, same. The last two dance partners I would have wanted. My God. AJ, thank you so much for your generosity. I also am unwell. Thank you so much. Bereavement, I'm sorry that you're shitting and farting. Phoenix, oh no. You finally got a D and then you just got it blown off? And not in the fun way, I assume. Yikes. I have meetings after this. I have real work meetings. I have to pretend that I'm a functioning human being at. Fuck. Dark Hood, what's up? Brother, thank you so much for your generosity. You got stood up on a date today. You know what, man? Maybe you just go to bed. You go to bed today. You deserve it. You deserve to go to bed at 3 p.m. on the Eastern Coast. Like, I'm sorry, brother. That sucks. That really does. It's a tough day for you. I'm sorry, man. I am sorry. Pete, Perk Diggler. Thank you. Gonna need the beer. Gonna need a few of them for sure. 50 might be slightly high for my tolerance, just like a little bit, but thank you for your generosity. I really greatly appreciate it. Really greatly appreciate it. I am not rooting for Florida. I can't do it. Fuck them all. I can't do it. I'll root for the Leafs before I root for Florida again. This hurts. Jake, thank you so much. All-star, baby. Yeah. You don't actually. Florida might not have been on his no trade because honestly, no trade clauses oftentimes have more to do with geographic location than like, hey, I hate that team. So yeah, thank you for thank you for everything. Thank you. Damn. Good for you, Jason Todd. I'm going to be happy for you. We still have Elias Lindholm for Andrew. I hate you. I hate you a lot. Thank you, Jake and Ken. I'm sorry. This sucks. Drinking at your desk. Uh-oh. Frank, be safe. Be safe. Yeah, Sweeney made a decision. And I respect the hell out of that. Okay. You know what? Some of this feels like a little bit of revenge against the fan base from Sweeney, right? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Das Wolf. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was handed a Stanley Cup contender. Yeah. There's going to be a lot about his tenure that just didn't work out the way one might hope. But thank you so much for the generosity, man. I'm going to be, all this money is going to alcohol. I want everyone to know this. This is an alcohol, like, driven. If you're tipping me, it's going to damaging my body in a way that I deserve to. Shaggy, thank you, brother. No. Oh. At least Marchand's not healthy. That sounds shitty, but at least he's not healthy for that game on Tuesday. At least he's not healthy for it. Oh my gosh. The Atomic Lizard. I have no idea what that currency is, but I don't care. Thank you so much for the generosity. And no, your therapist is about to have one of the worst sessions that they've ever had in their lives. So, good. This is crazy. This is nuts. Thank you so much for your generosity. Truly. Thank you. Edibles? Yeah, edibles might make I am not. We're going to have to record tonight. I can't. I can't. Sorry, I'm just responding to a couple people here. God, I just want to die. It's fine. Yeah, we can get rid of Carlo Marchand, but Elias and Zadorov are our little cockroaches. God, a cigarette sounds so good right now. I don't smoke anymore, but boy, does it sound really good. What is the return? What is the return? Although this would make it so much funnier if they gave us a ton and then he came back in the offseason after they lose in the first round. That would be incredible. I know what I'm rooting for now. Bruins are blowing it up. They're blowing it up, and they're hoping that there's enough return with enough speed that we don't waste Pasta's career. This better lead to so many exciting prospects. I mean, bong hits, shrooms, whatever it takes, the acid. Yoki Haru to Boston? What? Isn't he in Buffalo? I don't even remember at this point. A Lunchable hits hard right now. A Lunchable and a cigarette? Oh, that'd be so good. I don't know what they got yet. What fresh hell is this? Oh, it's fresh. It's so fresh. Did I miss anything else? Guys, I'm sorry. This is going so fast that I cannot, I can't keep up with the messages themselves. So, I'm trying to just catch up a little bit here. I hope I said thank you to everybody who has donated. Seriously, that's very. Oh, we've got another one right here. John, thank you so much for your generosity. You gave up drinking at the worst time is right. Is that like a permanent thing? Like you going sober, or is this like a Lent thing? Oh, that's right. The Panthers don't even have the first round pick. All right. If it got done in time, yeah, Buffalo sends Yogi Haru to Boston. All right, that's just to fill in. That's just to fill in on the right side, right? I mean, I doubt we like. I don't like Yogi Haru as a player. I don't think he was great. It's not like he's like this massive hindrance either, but. I mean, I do hate that Sweeney waited until 3:08 p.m. to be like, I'm going to do all my moves, guys. Lunchable and a cigarette. Can we name... That's what the new short shift podcast's fucking title should be. Lunchables and a cigarette. Harris, thank you so much for your generosity. Robertson may be coming over from the Leafs. Yeah, I did. I spoke it into existence. I'm a dumb, stupid little bitch. I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb little idiot. If it was Matthew Tkachuk, yeah, I'm in. Like, absolutely. They would never do that, but sure. I would love that trade. You're right. I need. Why is there no information yet? Okay. It's fine. I feel good. I feel like I'm still breathing. Evo, thank you so very much for your generosity. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of the stream, man. I'm sorry you're at work and you have to pretend that this isn't happening in front of your coworkers. I really am. We might hit 700 by the time we get done here. This is great. I am very. Oh my god. I can't believe this is happening. Like I was ready for a Marchand trade, not to Florida, and I was ready for a Carlo trade, not both a Marchand and Carlo trade. It'll work out or it won't. Hell yeah, it will. Yeah, it will. Thank you for your generosity. That's actually, I thought that was your message for a second. No, that's just your name. What an apt name for this situation. What an apt name. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that I have Massachusetts support. Wait, hold on. Why, are we getting details? No, Chalmers is just choosing prospects to announce. Oh my gosh. Marchand never hit 1,000 points with us. That sucks. Geeky gone? Geeky's not gone. Unless they're announcing another thing at 3:30. Wow. Yeah. First trade between Boston and Toronto since 2011. Really? Has it been that long? Look, I know we had that incredible regular season, and I cherish that regular season. I truly cherish it. Have we not suffered enough since the day the playoffs started that year, 2022-2023 season? Have we not suffered enough? Yeah, Minton is good. I mean, this team is going to maybe get a top 5 pick this season. So maybe what they did is they just leaned into like, okay, what if we just have the team led by your McAvoy and your Pastrnak and your Swayman, and just like next year's not gonna be great, and then from boom, it's just after that these young guys are just take it over. Florida did break the Boston Bruins. Timmins for Carlo? I'm so scared. I'm so scared of what these returns are going to be. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I'm not saying anything of actual content because I'm just a big, dumb idiot man. A big, dumb idiot man who willed all of this into existence by monkey pawing the fuck out of himself. I monkey pawed so hard. So hard. I'm from Worcester. I think somebody answered that in the chat somewhere, but I am from Worcester. Went to school in dirty Fitchburg for a couple of years in high school. You know, I hate Sway now all of a sudden. This is all Swayman's fault. Who the next captain will be? I want them to go captain list next year. Teams do it all the time. I want. That's what I want. And look, if Marchand was like, I wanted a 4-year deal at $6 million a year, I understand. I honestly understand it even without that. What is the return? And I know damn well like they're gonna name prospects that I'm like, I don't even know who that is. AJ, thank you for more generosity. Thank you for more generosity. I appreciate you understanding my my non-verbalness. I saw the Shea Weber trade. That's really funny. The Dirty Berg. Hell yeah. The Dirty Berg. I don't. Yeah, if only Sway didn't try to set the market. It does feel like maybe that had an effect. 2026 first. Timmins, Minton, and Duar for Carlo. That would be a fucking return. That would be a return. Frank. That's a good one. Thank you for your generosity once again. Oh, man. Thank you. Seriously. It's very, very generous. A lot of you guys have been very generous. I really appreciate it. He brings a new reading to Black Friday. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Thank you, Jeremy, for your generosity. Thank you for holding my hand. That's really what this is. It's actually not the other way around. You're holding my hand as I whine and bitch and moan as we hit 700 people in this chat right now. 700 people suffering together. It's beautiful and awful at the same time. Squeaky, so generous as well. They did blow it up a bit. They blew it up. It is, you know what? There's nothing wrong with a little 420 action right now. There's nothing wrong with that. A little tasty adult beverage. Do whatever you gotta do to numb the pain a little bit. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me, man. Thank you. And thank you for your generosity. It's absolutely dope. I appreciate you. I would someone tell me what the details of this fucking trade are? You're a pro wrestler. If you will the Leafs to win the cup, I'm going to fly down to Boston from Canada and find a ring and give you power bonds all day. Brother, you better book that ticket. I'll see you in May. June? I'll see you in June. I'll actually be up in June or July. I'll be up in Boston because I did move to South Carolina. I'll be up in Boston, so I'll let you know, and you can beat the shit out of me. Because, frankly, I deserve it. What am I supposed to argue with that? Holy Levi! That's insane generosity. Thank you so much. Fan character jumping in the air in front of a big red heart with pom-pom in their hands. What? I don't get this one. But thank you for your generosity. Oh, man. I really appreciate you. Minton is part of the return to Boston. Wow. This kid's dirty, right? I think genuinely, seriously, Levi, thank you so much. I do not want to gloss over the fact that's incredibly generous. Thank you so much. I think genuinely Sweeney was like, you know what? There's too much opportunity here. I can't say no. Right? Right? I get the animation description part of it. I was just like, it was very confusing initially for me. Das Wolf, thank you for more generosity. What's the Boston Bruins email? So we tell them actually how we feel about this trade. I think they have a direct line number, right? Imagine if it's a 3-team trade with Boston, Toronto, and Florida. Oh my gosh. Is Minton just a 3C prospect? Is that all he is? I thought this guy was kind of filthy. Oh, I'm going to have to do some research. This is insane. This is insane. Oh, the super. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that because, the restream just screwed with it? That's what it is. Oh, thank you, chat, for making me not so stupid. That was dumb. Thank you. I thought that was a message. See, this is what I don't get. This is why I'm bad at streaming. So everyone seems to like everyone's announcing this Minton guy as the like a part of the deal. I kind of would figure he's a piece. Jesus, 0.5 points per game in the AHL. Yeah, we did get here pretty fast, Sean. We really did. So wait, we won't give Merkulov a chance, who's a point per game in the AHL, but we're trading for 20-year-olds who aren't doing that. He's another, oh my gosh, every explanation I'm seeing about the kid, he's just another fucking third line. He's a versatile forward who can play multiple positions, and he's tenacious, and he's multifaceted. And damn it, Sweeney. Oh boy, what's coming? What's coming? But it seems like Leafs fans are really upset about this. God, I just gotta watch the guy for myself. I need to watch my own tape here. We are all so like in so much pain. In so much pain. In this market, you'd be getting a first. I would be surprised if we didn't get a first for Carlo. In this market, ultimately, he's most likely a 3 to 4C given his lack of offense. Yeah. Most content with Minton being traded. Oh, man. We just got to hope. And we still have, we have a lot of details to go. Hello, my beautiful girl. Thank you. Thank you for making me feel better. You're beautiful, and I love you so much. This is Velma, for those of you who don't. Oh, big yawns! It's Velma, for those of you who don't know. Hold on. You little Velma. Look at you. Oh, my goodness. Ah! How did we get here so very fast? Yeah, the right side looks gross. Timmins is like serviceable. He's not bad. Timmins is not bad, but this is getting crazy. Yeah, that is the last. That is a silver lining in my head in a weird way that the last piece of the 2011 team is gone, because I just mentally it helps moving on. Right? Like this is the new team. Man, I wonder if Minton plays right away. Raquel stayed in Pittsburgh. Baby girl, it's not time yet. It's not time. I can't believe we're still waiting on these details. I can't believe we're still waiting on this. I want to die, but. Yeah, right, Velma? Not you, though. You're perfect. You're perfect, and I love you. And you're just going to keep climbing on me so that you can stretch, because you're a stretchy girl. She's perfect. Sorry, everybody. I'm getting distracted by my greatest love here. Nightmare Nico, thank you again for the generosity, of course. Dickie Darkside, how you doing, brother? How you doing? Thank you. I appreciate it. I do greatly appreciate the generosity. We need some drinks. That's right. We just all need some drinks. I can't root for Florida. Is anyone going to be rooting for Florida? Can you do it? I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Right? I can't do that. I fucking... We wanted action, guys. We got it. The end of an era. The end of an era. Yeah, absolutely not. No. I can't root for Brad and not Florida. Like, yeah, I want him to do well, but like lose. Absolutely all of you lose, please. I can't. This is so brutal. This is so brutal. I'm going to be rooting for Colorado so fucking hard. I want Marchand to miss on a breakaway, like almost to the point where you think he did it intentionally. That bad. Game 7, last minute, down by 1, and he misses on a breakaway. And then he re-signs in Boston, and he's chuckling. Like, yeah, you see what I did to that team, fuckers. He loves the Kachucks, though. I'm sure he's excited about going there. Oh, man. Dude, Florida gets to dunk on us for forever. And they just get to. Like, that's just the way it is. It's until we beat them in a playoff series, it's just not. Yeah. 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 I really need... We're going to have so many 3Cs. We're going to have so many 3Cs. All these messages. I'm just trying to... Online, I got injured. Neat. I actually am going to need them to announce this stuff soon. Like, I am going to need this because I do have things I have to get done. Nope, the Penguins are acquiring Connor Timmins from Toronto. So I don't know what the fuck's going on that right side. This is brutal. The Bees need to keep Marshy for the energy level he provides. Other players need to see it. Well, unfortunately, that is no longer an option. This is hard. This is hard to take. This is really hard to take. Pasta should be the next center, the next captain. I don't know. I don't know. I think I just want them to like go a year or two without one. Really establish a new core, a new way of doing things. sucks, man. Yeah, the thing is, if these trades aren't good, like if you just squeeze these trades in and they're not good, then yeah, I think we'll all have a real hard time with that. Just to put it very dumbly. Just unbelievable, man. Levi, you're breaking the bank for me, brother. You're breaking the bank. You're going to have to buy a Florida Marchand jersey now? What do you mean? What do you mean you're going to have to do that? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, you don't have to do that. Thank you for your generosity. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Also, Pastrnak signed for like the next 4 years, so don't worry about that. Someone messaged something about that. So Minton's confirmed, which we're not super blown away by. Jake, again, more generosity from you guys. Thank you so much. No captain until they rebrand. Should be 26, 27 season. Like, I'd be fine with that. I really would be. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No need to self-harm. There is no need to self-harm. Everyone relax on that. We're just joking. All right. Shaggy, thank you. More generosity from Shaggy. Steve Dangle knows his prospects. He's been high on Minton in the past, even coming into this year. Y'all need to chill and watch his analysis. If this is over, Leafs fans are asses, but not stupid. Hey, I love that. I love the positivity. Love the positivity. I love the generosity. I greatly appreciate you. Hey, look, I like the silver lining. Anyone who's arguing with that, like, let's just believe for a minute, you know? Oh, man. Samaskevich lost Ryan and picks for Marchand? I need some details. I need to know. God, things are still getting announced. Yeah, I honestly, this is where it gets scary. They are collecting a lot of different, prospects, picks, things of that nature. Is Sweeney going to use that just to bring in ready talent? Right? Like, is that what the goal is here? Or does he actually, like, these guys, we're going to wait for them to mature and that's what it's going to be? McAvoy's story made you tear up. What did McAvoy say? Minton and a pick. If it's a first, I mean, I feel good about that, I guess. Their next first is not this upcoming draft, but the next one. They do have a second-round pick this year. Saravelli, a first-round pick, and Fraser Minton. Oh, it was a three-teamer. It was a three-teamer. A first-round pick and Minton, Timmins and Duar go to the Pens, and Leafs get Carlos. So we must have sent maybe double retainment on that. Maybe double retainment on that. Adam Ella, thank you so much. I'm streaming until we at least get some details here. But thank you for the generosity. Seriously, guys, thank you everyone who's been supporting the stream and being generous. Someone must be walking in front of our home right now. And they're very upset about it. Here, let me handle that real quick. Anyway, I think I've got that handled. I am streaming until we at least get some details. High quality fiance isn't home yet, unfortunately. Elite hockey IQ for Mitten. That's great. Oh man. Oh man. Oh geez. I mean, look, I think there's got to be some respect to Sweeney in this. He made a decision. He went for it. Hopefully, there's this ends up being real value for us. I guess there are a lot of people who are Carlo haters who are excited about this. Oh my gosh, this just sucks, man. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to wait till the Sweeney conversation's done too. Damn, man. Ugh. I need to know what the Marchand pieces are. This is tough. This is really tough. How many firsts would we have to give up to lose Zadorov? Probably 2. It looks like we are going to try to record something here. God. I'm just texting Andrew about how this how this podcast is going to go. I can't. I'm just blown away, man. I'm so blown away. I'm so blown away. Wow. What a likelihood of getting Kachuk? 0%. They're not moving on from. Everyone's on this Zadorov trade. Just glad Patrice isn't here to see this. I mean, he's probably covering the team right now. Oh man, thank you so much, Jeremy, for the generosity. I am glad that Bergeron's not here to see this. If Bergeron was the last one out, that would feel way worse, right? Right? God, what is... what is the return for Marchand? I am excited for our guys that they get to go to contenders and get to play in the playoffs. We need more meth bear jerseys. We need more meth. No, I didn't say that, but I need something. I need something. Florida doesn't have any prospects. Do they have any picks either? Like, I don't understand doing a Marchand trade for pure picks. No, they don't have, their next first is in 2027. It would have to be... I mean, it's probably another third line center is what it is. I mean, Zadorov looks pretty bleak too, honestly. Didn't plan on getting drunk an hour ago, but here we are. Yep. At least we have them all in NHL 25. Oh, God. I have to update my rosters. We can still make the playoffs. I mean, technically we could. Technically we could. I don't agree with some of these things that, like, it's a disgrace to the fan base to trade Marchand. I understand that there are people that, I mean, he's a franchise legend to a lot of people. And I mean, he's right up there for me. But, like, it does make sense, you know? At a certain point, it just makes sense to move on if you get a good enough return. But we do have to see what the return is. This was always a possibility. Why are we acting so shocked? I mean, where they went. I don't think it's that surprising that we're shocked that we did 2 interdivisional trades for guys who have been longtime Bruins. I mean, our captain just went to our most recent hated rival. Like, that's absolutely shocking. TSN interviewed Carlo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is a business. It sucks. But it is what it is. I'm genuinely more shocked about where they went. Way more shocked about where they went. I will have a way easier time rooting for the Leafs than I will Florida, though. Way easier time. Gretzky was traded. Anyone can be traded. Yeah, and again, it's not about like the fact that they were traded. It's just where they went. Marchand's week to week. TSN confirms to be determined to Boston. Stop crying, Sebastian says. Jesus Christ. Can we just like have an enjoyable conversation about this shit and we can wear our hearts on our sleeves and not sound like a douchebag? Give that one a try a little bit. Like, let people just kind of vent stuff out. I don't think Marchand's going to re-sign here next year, honestly. I don't. I think the way this has all gone kind of leads me to believe that that maybe Marchand's not super happy with Sweeney, and Sweeney's not super happy with Marchand. We don't cheer for other Eastern teams in this house. Yeah, I mean, again, it's the lesser of two evils. Yeah, I would have been so excited about Colorado for Marchand, too. How will freeze over before I root for either Florida or Toronto? I can respect that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, it does suck that his last play as a Bruin was getting blown the fuck up. That does really suck. No, I'm still not seeing anything on the return. It sounds like probably the 2026 first for Toronto, and that Minton kid, whatever the kid's name is, for Carlo. But do not know what the Marchand return is. A lot of teams still in the queue for their trade calls with the league, including Dallas. How many people do they have taking calls right now? One? What does Sweeney get for selling the heart and soul? To be fair, there wasn't a lot of heart and soul this year. Like, that is one thing that's pretty clear to me, is that there was not a lot of pride in this season for many, many months. So, and I'm not putting that on Marchand's shoulders exactly. It's just like, if this is the heart and soul that we were going to get, I'm not that upset. Yeah, and I'm getting tweets about like who's going to lead the team and things like that. It's like, right now we could be rudderless for the next 20 games. I don't really care for this season, and figure it out in the offseason. ESPN reports us getting Timmins and Minton. So Timmins is part of the trade, but it looks like the Penguins were involved. So he was basically, so Timmins is going to the Penguins because it's a double retainment thing. I think double retainment. For pending future considerations for Brad Marchand. I don't know. Future considerations been around a while, you know? ESPN doesn't know puck. Yeah, we still do not know. And yes, Hagen's watch does become real now, because this team, as it will be iced for the rest of the season, is losing. I mean, we've lost 8 of 9. We're going to continue that kind of pace. We might rip off a couple of wins here, but we won't have the best odds for the number 1 overall pick. We will be in the lottery, though, for it. If Sam Bennett's coming back the other way, I'm going to lose my shit. Man, this is crazy. Somebody give me some details. Sprong to New Jersey. Good for them. I don't care. How do we not have details yet? It's been 40 minutes. Honestly, a lot of people are doing the Sweeney might be fired thing. This, I'm not saying, in my opinion, it did. This might save his job. Like, this This might be something that the front office, not the front office, the ownership is like, good. All right, you have a plan. Great. Go with it. If it's Bennett for Marshy, I'm going to make January 6th look like a fucking pizza party on TD Garden. It is a kick to the nuts. It's the best way to explain it. It's just a kick to the nuts. Everything about today is terrible, and I hate it. I liked the Coyle trade. I did like the Coyle trade. What's it going to be, guys? What's it going to be? Oh, boy. Actually, there is one thing that's fun about this. The rest of the league, like the fans around the league, are laughing, I'm sure, at Bruins fans. Like, haha, your captain's gone. They go into your biggest round, all that shit. But if you're a playoff team in the East and you just saw that the Florida Panthers now have Sam Bennett, Matthew Tkachuk, and Brad Marchand, you're not super pumped about that. Like, your matchup with that team is going to suck the whole time. The whole time. I'm more afraid of, I mean, we don't have to deal with that this season unless we make the playoffs somehow, which again, I just have a hard time seeing. But yeah, no, I don't, they can laugh, but if you're in the Eastern Conference and you're a playoff team, you're probably not laughing for long. We are to the Panthers that the Leafs are to us. Yeah, I just hope it doesn't go on for like 20 years or whatever the hell long it's been. I didn't miss anything, right? No. Okay. Just need some deets, guys. Yeah, the Panthers are the full rat. It's the end of the 2011 team. Wow. This team looks very different now. Adam Ella, more generosity. Thank you so much. You are absolutely not an idiot. Each team is allotted 3 retainment slots that can be active at any given time. So if you were to retain on, say we retain on Coyle, say we retained, well, we did retain on Frederick, and say we ended up retaining on Carlo, we cannot retain until one of those contracts ends. That's all it is. So we still have 2 retainment slots as far as I know, although it sounds like on Carlo, we probably did some retainment if this was a multi-team, like a 3-team trade. More generosity again. The Lambda Complex, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you're not drinking too much at work. I believe you were the one who was saying that you were drinking at work. Maybe I'm wrong there, but there's a lot of people, so I'm trying to keep up. But yeah, I'm glad that I can do this with 700 friends so that we can all suffer together. I don't know what the return is yet, Rick. I'm sorry. There's nothing. We're still sitting around waiting for it. I'm hearing Bruins got a first and Fraser Minton for Carlo and a second conditional first for Marchand. Marchand, there's no way Marchand just got a conditional first, right? Right? Oh, boy. Can we trade a Patrick Brown so Sweeney and Simon can stop calling him up? A little too late, unfortunately. Roger, I'm glad you're having fun. I'm glad you're having fun. Laugh at us. Or maybe you're part of this and laugh at yourself as well. This is what sports are. They're entertainment, right? And this is entertaining. I just want to die a little bit. Yeah. People are very emotional about the Marchand trade, and I get it. I get it. Oh, I get it. Really surprised the Canes didn't do more, right? Must be. Must be the 2026 first rounder. Conditional second is unforgivable. No. A second, like a second first. So they got a first for the Carlo deal, and then a conditional first with the Marchand deal. A conditional first means depending on where the Leafs finish the year, we might get the pick or it might get pushed. So, for instance, say next year Toronto just has a year from hell, Florida just Florida doesn't have any picks until 2027. Jesus. So maybe if they have a year from hell in 2027 and it's a top 10 pick, a conditional pick might be top 10 protected, meaning we'll actually get their 2028 first rounder and they get to keep that 2027 because they finished in the bottom 10. I don't know yet, guys. This is just what I saw, but I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm still. It doesn't make sense that we would trade Marchand for a 2027 conditional first. Like, that would be bizarre. You're just better off keeping him. Oh, no. Oh, no. A second round pick in 2027 that turns into a first in 2028 if conditions are met. That's even worse. What? See, now we can be really upset if that is what it is. We still gotta wait. Still gotta wait. It is 4:04. God, I wish I could be as bad at my job as the NHL is at theirs. God, it sucks. Oh my God, this sucks. Hold on, let's see where we're at with this. Carter Verhaeghe. Why are we talking about Verhaeghe? I don't see Verhaeghe in this, but I don't know. I don't know yet. Uber supports fastness. Oh my gosh. Roger says, hold on. Well, folks, this may not help, but as a Bees fan of 65 years old, I know it won't really affect my life one way or the other. Jesus, that was dark. I should have read the whole thing before I highlighted that, Roger. Buddy, we're winning the cup in 2 years. What are you talking about? Roger, thanks for getting involved. I am as bad at my job as the NHL. There's an argument for this, that maybe his injury's just so concerning and it's a true rental. Uh-oh. It really looks like it might just be a second that could become a first. Oh, that's not going to go over well. You got to be kidding me. Sweeney at 5 p.m. So as long as, Emily, as long as you have called the trade office, whatever they call it, as long as you have called them before 3 p.m. and you're waiting in the queue, you can still make your trade. The Bruins won't be winning a cup till possibly 2034. Yeah, probably, but I don't want to believe that, so I'm not gonna. Okay, hold on. So we're going to be bad for years now. I don't see how this... What went out the door was Trent Frederick, who was a non-factor this whole season. Charlie Coyle, who, again, super underperforming and wasn't really part of like the team's future. Brandon Carlo, who, when he's right, is an excellent defensive defenseman. And then, of course, our captain, Brad Marchand. Brad Marchand is an absolutely real huge loss, and our top 6 needs so much work. It's crazy. But losing these 4 guys, if we had all 4 of them next season, we're not a cup contender, right? Like, this was a path to take to see if you could, A, gather enough assets that you could then flip them to become competitive sooner, or B, try to jump on some young talent and see if they'll develop with enough speed that you can get back to relevance earlier. Marchand, obviously, huge difference without him, but like, he's 36. He's going to be 37, and you had to make a decision here eventually. It just sucks that where he's going. Oh, Brazeau too, but Brazeau is, I mean, really, he goes in that. He's had 10 goals. He's been good this year. I don't want to pour like, I don't want to act like he wasn't a factor at all, but I don't know. This team just didn't get worse in the way where it's like, well, they would have been back next year. I just don't personally believe that. Yeah, I don't. Also, this Yoki Haru stuff, I don't know if this ever got done. I don't know if the Yoki Haru trade got done. What if this team still fights and we squeeze in the playoffs? The biggest loss is Carlo. We have Middlestat and Lauco and maybe some D-man. Yeah, also we brought Middlestat back in, which I'm not a big Middlestat guy, but I don't know. This team didn't get that much worse. Marchand being injured, obviously. I don't see a world where we get into the playoffs, though. Does it say the length of his contract? Who are we talking about right now? Thank God they get Kiki. Yep, they sure did. We gave Marchand to Florida so they can eliminate Toronto now that we can't. That's a good one. Okay, who are you talking about for the length of the contract, though? Are you talking about Marchand? Because he's a UFA at the end of the year. Who's our second line now? I guess it's I don't know. I mean, Elias Lindholm's probably still on it. Who's Nadidov or whatever his name might get a chance up there, and then Middlestat. I actually dropped Lindholm down to the third, and maybe Patra, Middlestat. I don't know. I'm hoping this opens up some I'm hoping this opens up some slots for some guys to really try to push the pace this end of the season and see if they have something. We do have the money to pay Geeky. That's a deal I'm worried about. Did we get more for Frederick than Marchand if it's just a second? Technically, yeah. So he's smart. If we never find out the return for Marchand trade, we can't complain too much. Yeah, I can. Don't underestimate me. I like that Sweeney made a decision. Like, that's my silver lining here. Yeah, if Marchand just crushes the Leafs in the playoffs, that is going to be really funny. God, what are the details, man? I am desperately hoping that if the trade is just a conditional second-round pick that could turn into a first, I'm hoping a report comes out that Marchand said, like, hey, if you're not going to extend me for the 4 years, whatever million, then I want to go to Florida. And he forced his way there, and we can go, oh, okay. If Lundell is coming back, I'm pretty good with this. I like Lundell. I think he is a second-line center. That might be me being too high on the guy. And again, he's a diving little asshole, but I have really, really liked Lundell. 23 years old. God, he makes a lot of money for a long time, though. We'll see. We'll see. But if he can develop it at a true 2C, if you traded Marchand for a second-round pick in a 2C who's basically ready to play right now. Like, that's, yes, absolutely. Leadership died with Bergie. The leadership has not been the same without Bergeron. Died feels a little harsh, but yeah, Lundell is definitely not moving. I don't think so either, but if he was coming back, oh my gosh, I'd be so happy about it. Yeah, gosh. God. Come on. I will be so bummed if it's just a second, but if he forced his way there, that do be how it goes sometimes. Until times because he was coach too. Das Wolf, more generosity. There's so much generosity. This whole stream. Yeah, Boston, Florida play on Tuesday. No, we won't get to see him. He's still week to week. Brad won't be ready yet. There's talk that he might not be ready till the playoffs. Yeah, we won't see him that soon. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Lindholm is a 3C, though, is the thing. Gosh, if it's just a second, he had to have forced his way there, right? Has to have forced his way there. Or maybe he didn't even force his way there, and him and Sweeney sat down, and he's like, hey, Sweeney said, I want to do right by you. Where do you want to go? And I'll make it happen. You know? Maybe that's it. And, I mean, you could respect that too, I guess. ESPN's just updating it based on rumors. I think that is a return, honestly, with the amount of people reporting it. We just haven't seen it from from anyone yet. No, Marchand has an upper body injury. I think it's a concussion. Russell, I'm sorry you're freaking the fuck out. You deserve to, though. Who will be worse next year, Buffalo or Boston? I don't know, man. I've been calling Buffalo to make the next step for like 4 years now, and I've been wrong every year. I'll go with Buffalo. It's still going to be better. I think we're going to have a down year next year, and then get back to it. Roger, thank you so much for the kind words. Oh, we're still hovering around 700. That's awesome. One day, one of these streams will hit 1,000. But these are always the bigger streams, right? This is a shitty time, Brandon. I agree. Oh, and for any of you who are watching and who might not be part of the Discord, you should check it out. It's a fun little spot to chat with people and talk Bruins hockey. We try to keep it mostly civil in there. Glad Geeky stays because Pasta wouldn't get another assist otherwise. Actually, I want to argue with you, but God, why didn't the Canes do anything else? Right? Like, I don't know. GMs are already starting to speak. They're already starting to do their stuff. I'm going to have a really hard time believing that Marchand got traded for a conditional second just because Sweeney thought that's all he could get for him. There has to be more to that. Yeah, that's true, too. Here, I'll let you read this while the dogs go berserk again. For a second. You're right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I've hit on 4 trades and whiffed on the one that everyone cares about the most, the one that matters the most. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but do the Panthers have good prospects? No, not really. Not that I'm aware of, at least. There's got to be more to it. The odds of this just being like, yeah, it's all we could get. He had to have wanted to go. Yeah, I just think he wanted to go there. It makes sense. He likes the Kachucks. Yeah, Moose went to the Stars for Stankoven, 2 firsts and 2 thirds. Stop saying his name. You're upsetting your dogs. That's a good one. I'm just going to highlight that comment real quick. That's a good one. So do we pivot and all go all in as Savannah Ghost Pirate fans? I mean, I'm way ahead of you. Oh, I'm just scrolling up. I see we still have Beecher. Thanks for that. We did. I mean, I like most of these trades. I hope it's not Verhaeghe if that is the case. Yeah. I honestly, with the amount of people reporting it, it sounds like it's literally just a second-round pick. This is the first time since 2002 the Bruins roster will not feature one of Patrice Bergeron, Zdeno Chara, or Brad Marchand. Did not need that. Yikes. I can't believe we still don't have full details, though. This is getting kind of frustrating, actually. It's almost 4:30. Come on. Sweeney is skating on thin ice. Shea Weber just became the first player to be traded while already in the Hall of Fame. I did not realize that. That's so funny. Yeah, all but the Marchand ones are decent returns at worst. Wait, you're pissed. Minton is Kopitar 2.0? Dude, if that's true, hell yeah, brother. I'll take a Walmart Patrice Bergeron. Absolutely. Yeah, that's how I feel about Kopitar. Fight me on it. That would be so sick. That would be so sick. Needs to be a player, right? I mean, it could take this long simply because the queue's still going. It sounds like Dallas still has a trade they're supposed to announce, but they haven't been able to either. Tired of getting hurt by Don Sweeney. Love the Carlo move. I like it. I definitely like it. Minton is incredible. So, Adam, if Minton's incredible, why is he not like performing well in the AHL? Like, where's the disconnect that I'm having? I thought Walmart Bergeron was apt. He was always a step behind him. He was like the Drew Brees to Bergeron's Tom Brady, right? Or Aaron Rodgers or whatever. Like, Drew Brees was just always like, anytime he had a great year, he was still just the second best quarterback. Like, that's what Kopitar was. Every time he had an incredible year, it was still just like, it was always the second best performance from the center that year or something along those lines. Please let it be Barkov. I mean, how excited would Pasternak be? I don't think it's gonna be Barkov. Minton will play 95 feet. So you just think he's so responsible defensively that, like, I get it. Okay, I get it. I mean, that still kind of yells 3C to me unless this guy is one hell of a facilitator. It's like the Ray Bork situation all over again. This feels worse. This feels way worse, right? This feels way worse. Okay, so something that I'm seeing that I don't think is super fair. There's these posts about how Sweeney's taken the team to ruin in 2 years because we had a great regular season. We went all in that season with a bunch of guys that we weren't going to be able to re-sign. I mean, last year we were basically up to the cap. Like, that was just always what it was going to be. Like, we went all in on a year, gave up a bunch of assets to do it. Like, and we didn't win the cup. If we didn't win the cup that year, we knew there was going to be a payday for that, and we were going to have to pay the piper, and that's what happened. So, as much as I'm fine with people being like, I hate Sweeney, I don't like the way he's handled this, all that stuff, that's fine. But to say, like, he took a team in 2 years and destroyed it, that it does ignore a lot of the facets of what actually happened. Shaggy, more generosity. You're just, this is so much money. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Buddy is a Wings fan trying to tell me he's surprised we weren't shopping pasta. What? He's not. What is he on? Like, if we were truly just blowing it up, then yeah, Pasta and McAvoy, and they'd all be gone. We would have no one left. We would lose every game the rest of the season, and we would lose every game for the next 3 years. But yikes, dude. Yeah, no, that's your friend might need to clue in a little bit. Ella, you're not gonna believe this. We still don't know what the return is. We believe it is a second-round pick that is conditional and could become a first. And the more I say it out loud, the more I believe it is because he asked to go there, and we basically did him a favor. And this would be the only deal of the day I'm upset about, by the way. Truly upset about. From a aspects, like an assets management kind of direction. I am sad to lose Carlo. I'm sad to lose Coyle. I am obviously sad to lose Marchand, but Pasta, I don't think Pasta's a good captain. I don't think so. Just gonna let AJ rant here. Just gonna post that. You're right. I agree. I think we need to take a year off from having a captain. I just think we need to take a year. You know? Any news on the return from Carlo? Minton and a first, though we don't know what year the first is. And that's not confirmed because it's a 3-team trade, apparently, and we're just not even sure how this all is shaking out. I have no clue what's taking so long. In perpetuity. I don't know the meaning of the word. Hold on, let me Google it. I swear I know this word. Ah, yes, a bond or other security with no fixed maturity date. I don't think that's what the simply means forever. Okay. All right. Yes. In forever. Yeah. All right. Now I'm with you. I'm not smart. I just get on screen and talk about hockey. Yeah. Pasta's not going anywhere. Yeah. I just don't think he wants to play that role. McAvoy might be a captain. I wouldn't hate it, but I would still take a year off, you know? I just miss the good vibes, man. That was so much fun. The outdoor games and the camaraderie, and that comes with winning and everything, but ugh. And I mean, if that's second, seriously, that second is 2 years down the road at best, and maybe 3 years for a first. And I think his value is higher than that, even with the injury, even with the age, everything like that. But he had to have asked to go there. Has to be a Taylor Hall situation. Marshy is the only guy we could sell to tank. Everyone else with his kind of impact is there to stay for the future window. He was not. Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about windows, you did have to make a decision with him. Just sucks where he ended up. Hampus for captain. That's an interesting one. I would have to think about that. Where did Coyle go? Colorado. You're gonna love it. Colorado. Yeah. Hampus is always hurt. I mean, I wouldn't say he's always hurt. He's definitely hurt this year. Yeah, I think Charlie Mack as a captain is acceptable. I just, meh. Minton impressed you every game he played for the Leafs? Yeah. I mean, I think he's probably going to play sooner rather than later for Boston. Pasternak, Hampus Lindholm, Zacha, McAvoy, and Swayman, the only 5 Bruins remaining from a team that less than 23 months ago set all-time NHL mark of 65, 12, and 5. Yeah, it's painful. I do not wait. I don't know if they got through. I don't know if it got through in time. We're still waiting to find out. I mean, we're still waiting on details for, it looks like, several trades, this is kind of like ruining things. Like, just get the fucking details out. Zadorov for captain. Sweeney would do it, I feel like. I'm starting to genuinely get annoyed that there's no details about this stuff. And the longer it takes, the less I'm actually believing it. But no, it does. Okay, hold on. Formal trade call just began. Oh, no, that's about the Rantanen deal. So no, that's still. I don't like that people are ignoring the fact that Marchand might have forced his way there. I really don't like that. Like, everyone's making these sweeping statements about it, and it's, I mean, we do need to know what actually happened, because again, you can be really pissed at Sweeney about it, but for those of you who are like, we should do right by Marchand, he should have been a Bruin for life. If he had asked for this is doing right by Marchand, and the poor return is part of that. When do I have to go to work? I should be in a meeting at 5, but we'll see. It's a big day. It's a very important thing. It's just one damn phone line, right? Washington didn't do much, but I'm actually, I would agree with that. Wait, and did the Knights do anything? Didn't they say the high thing? Did they do anything after they tweeted high? I think it was like, Claudio, I agree. I think the reason the return's so bad is because he wanted to go. It just makes sense, right? Do we even know if that account is telling the truth? He literally tweeted Marchand to Vegas before that Florida tweet. It's just been reported so many areas, but like the details we don't know. But it has been reported in several areas that that's what the deal is. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, is that the first is their 2028 pick, and it just might be a second in 2027. That is a random question, Bill Nye, the science guy. But it just kind of worked out that way, honestly. I mean, he usually gets decent deployment. His penalty kill doesn't count. Like, the penalty kill doesn't count against him. And he's had enough time with McAvoy that, like, the pluses had come. So, no, it's just one of those weird anomalies in my head. Vegas are the third team in the trade? I don't think so. I think the Penguins. Well, actually, a third team in a Marchand trade, maybe. But that also doesn't make sense, because Vegas and Florida are both competing for like a cup this year. I don't think either one of them is looking to retain on this stuff. Colorado just announced the Coyle trade, so that's something, I guess. Yeah, I think people are all arguing on Twitter about, like, well, maybe he asked to go there. I'm glad, like, they really might have been at. Until you hear it from one of the major insiders that refuse to believe that that's it for Marchand. I get it. I get it. I super get it. The truth hurts, dude. You've been banging this drum about Zadorov being better than he is all year. He's not good. He's not a good defenseman. He makes a ton of mistakes all the time. No, I think the Marchand trade is definitely happening. Now it's just we just don't have any good information about, like, what's really going on here. God, these people all these people calling for the guy's head. Just think about what might have happened behind closed doors. People love to read a headline, man. Oh, he's an oaf. He's definitely an oaf, all right. I really like him as a person. Like everything he does for, like around the community or interviews and stuff, I always really like him. I can't believe Marchand would push for this knowing it wouldn't do shit for the team in return. You got to remember that's not how these guys operate. Like, yes, it's about the crest on the front, and like that is a very typical hockey thing. But over and over again, we're shown that these guys, when it comes down to it, and you have the option to go somewhere, and you know that you're not getting the extension you want, you know you're not getting the deal you want from that team, then they say, hey, okay, then if you're going to do right by me, who has put my body on the line for 15 years for you, that's where I want to go. Make it happen. And that's what happens all the time. All the time. So I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, but that's just not the way it typically works, is where they go, well, I want to do what's best for the team that I'll be competing against in the future. You know what I mean? We have traded over 2,500 man games in black and gold. I'd believe that. I would believe that. Oh, I would believe that. Let's see some of these reactions to the Coyle trade from the Avs fan base. I haven't actually taken the time. There's mixed responses. I can absolutely imagine Marchand with the rat shirt. He absolutely miscalculated every part. Wait, hold on. Let's take a look at this. Absolutely miscalculated every part of this roster this offseason. Him scrambling to find value shouldn't absolve him of the absolute cluster he created selling solutions to the problems you create. Totally agree. I've got no argument for that. The offseason was an unmitigated disaster. You brought in multiple players who were far overpaid for the position they were going to be playing. And all of the warning signs were right there for you. Like the analytics, the on-ice results, being years separated from really strong seasons, or you had a blip in the playoffs that was 8 games long or whatever. Like, no one should be fooled by that stuff. But the offseason was a disaster for him in several different areas. So yeah, I think it's fine to just be like, I don't give a shit how good these trades are. This is still fucked. And I'm not going to argue with that. That's not the way I'm choosing to see it, the lens I want to take with it. But yeah, I think that makes sense. Oh, if we get a working guillotine out of this, hell yeah, brother. I'll be first in line. Thanks. Thank you, Poop Scoopity. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what's up and why we're not getting any details. Ella's done. She's done with the Bruins. Done with it. Yeah, Adam L, I agree. It is a business, and I mean, you don't have to do right by the players, but there are certain ones you choose to, and I can respect that one. Like Marchand, he's done a lot for this team. And I think he deserves that. I also, if it was the opposite and we sent him to the Sharks and got a haul, I'd be like, that sucks for Marchand, but nice. So it's not like I'm taking a hard stance here. Nah, Don just traded with Nazi Germany and Japan during World War II. Yeah. Not great. Oh, yeah, Master Koopa. If you were on the team that, like, hey, maybe they make some sort of run at a playoff spot, yeah, that's over. Like, without, obviously, Marchand was injured, but without Carlo, who, again, not having a great season, but without Coyle, without Frederick, Brazeau, I mean, these guys, obviously, this wasn't a winning team beforehand, but it's certainly not better without them, Yeah, I know the Coyle trade just got announced. It's pretty far behind. I can't believe we still don't have. This is just, it really does kind of ruin it. This has been a lot of fun, and now we're all just sitting here like, ugh. And once the Sweeney, like, if they are going to do the Sweeney media stuff, that I'm going to, I'm going to put my headphones on and listen to it. I don't really want to be sitting here listening to that while streaming, but that's supposed to be at 5, and so I don't think I'm going to be on my meeting. It's all right. God, Andrew just texted me saying he thinks it's Anton Lundell coming back with the pick, and Andrew, I just want everyone to know, has a terrible track record, so do not get excited about that. You hear that, Andrew? If you're still in here, thanks for hopping on earlier. JC, Jesus Christ, in the chat, you'll love to see it. Thank you so much for your generosity. You're a Florida fan and a Marchand fan. You're flying right now. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, I'm not going to rain on your parade at all. I'm really pumped for you. I'm really excited for you. I hope your team catches on fire somehow. I hope the whole bus dies other than Marchand and the other players, because I don't actually wish that on anyone. But still, I hope, ironically, in some funny way, you lose in the first round. I hate you. But it's okay, because I love you and I appreciate you. That was mature, right? That was a good way to say all that. Anyone else a little excited about Lauko being back? I think there's a lot of people that are with you on this. We do have a lot. We do have a lot of cap space in the offseason. We also have a lot that we need to fill. It's not Kachuk for Marchand. I love the sentiment. It's not. It's not. If it's Sam Bennett, I'm going to freak out. If it's Lundell, I will be very happy, because I think this guy could be a second-line center like for a very long time, and it solves such an issue for us. It does make the Patra situation a little weirder, but how long ago did Andrew send that, though? Because I haven't checked my text in a while, so maybe. Yeah, this was like 30 minutes ago, so I'm just hurting my own feelings at this point. I just want the details. Yeah, no details. Come on. Yeah, ESPN's been announcing stuff based on the rumors. They've announced several things incorrectly so far today, and I've had to update them. So I'm just not, I'm not. I want to believe it's not just the conditional second-round pick. I want to believe. God, I just wish we knew, though. Yeah, Wolf Warrior, I think a lot of us can sell ourselves on that they chose a direction, that they're going to push for a retool, and we're going to have a lot of new players to learn and get excited about, and that's awesome. But I am not getting a Geeky jersey anytime soon. I'm not doing it, unless I made some sort of promise that I don't remember, and I'll have to do that. God, give us the details. This is excruciating. The NHL is so bad at their shit. They're so bad at it. ESPN isn't great. I'll give you that. I'm not trying to dunk on them. That's just what has happened today so far. It's probably correct based on how everyone is saying that right now, except for any of the verified accounts. Like, none of the typical people who announce these has actually given us anything here. I really, really hate the fact that I said Brandon Carlo, if he goes to the Leafs, is winning the cup, because I really don't want that to happen. I feel like I really willed that into existence. Ooh, this is fun. Trade grades Frederick, B+. I agree. Brazeau, B+. I'm there. Yeah, B+. Yeah. Actually, no. Brazeau, B+. Frederick, I'm like B+. Coyle, A+. I do like the Coyle trade. I agree with that. Carlo, B. Yeah. Yeah. Ish. It depends on what that pick is. It's a first, but we're assuming it's the 2026 first. When we didn't get a single first round pick for this year, did we? Interesting. Marchand, D-. Disappointed in sending our best players to rival teams. Carlo's going to shut us down for a while. Yeah, that's going to be gross. That's really going to be gross. I would love to get the other Geeky. He's nasty. Yeah, that's exactly the meme that we should be posting. Just that guy drinking. It could be the medical for Marchand. It could also just be he wanted to go there. He could have just been like, hey, do right by me. Make me go there. And they're like, this is what we'll give you. Gosh, give me the details. I've got so much other work I have to make up, like the video for the breakdown of all the trades, and we got to do the short shift pod, and I can't even properly mourn yet. I gotta mourn, guys. Tomorrow, by the way, I should say this now. Tomorrow, that game review is going to come out very late. It might be Sunday morning by the time I get that done. Yeah, there's some conflicting things going on tomorrow. So we'll see. What does conditional mean? Conditional means that the pick could end up being a different result based on what happens between the time of the trade and when that pick is supposed to be picked. So for instance, in this situation, they have put conditions on a second rounder in 2027 that if certain things are met, then it'll be a first rounder in 2028. So, for instance, it could be Marchand re-signs there. Okay, great. Now it's a first round pick. Or we make it to the conference finals this year. Okay, great. Now it's a first round pick in 2028. Something like that. 2027 first rounder from Toronto. Jesus Christ, really? Like, for a team that wants to be competitive during Pasta's, prime. Ugh. We'll see. And we're getting close to when the presser is supposed to happen. We do have a couple of seconds this year, which is fun. And I guess we'll have... I gotta look at all these trades again. I'm already forgetting all the details of them. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Where's the information coming from? Which information? Because none of it has been verified. Neither the Carlo nor the Marchand trade has actually been fully verified. And people are acting like everything's over. We still don't even, like... Am I dumb? Like, has somebody actually come out, one of the typical, like, Friedman types, and said, like, hey, this is what the deal is? If the Bruins win the number 1 overall pick, it was all worth it. Sweeney is such a bum. I like most of these deals. I'm just got to find out the details for the Marchand one. Okay, the Abe Kubel and Brandstrom one gets announced again. Ugh. This sucks, dude. This sucks. Yeah, no major insiders said it. Which just means something weird is going on here. I really don't want to end the stream until we get some sort of details. They're so bad. NHL is so bad at their jobs. So bad. No, I wish it was. I wish it was. It's just a regular ginger ale. I got so much work I still got to get done today. Yeah, the Penguins were involved in the Carlo trade. I feel pretty confident about I know most of the details of the Carlo trade. The team is very different now. You just have to you gotta fall back in love with certain aspects of the team. 90% sure Carlo is 2025 first round pick. I don't think the Leafs have a 2025 first. Hold on, maybe I'm wrong about that. No, they only have a 2026. Oh, and they have a 2027, but it would appear that has disappeared off Puckpedia, which makes me think that they are under the belief that is what we are getting in that trade for Carlo. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about him just being another third liner. We're gonna have so many third line players, it's crazy. Yeah, work out. Hell yeah, go to the gym and then drinking. That's the way to do it. Yeah, Minton actually turns into an absolute stud just because it's from the Leafs. Aviation, my goodness, dude. I am so sorry. My God, I am so sorry, man. Damn. Yeah, this is Sweeney should do better. Sweeney should do better, specifically for you. Yeah, no, Carlo is definitely gone. Carlo is definitely gone. It's just the actual details have not been fully confirmed. Like, he's definitely a Leaf now. Yeah, and Tulsky and Carolina's talking about how he would have liked to do more. Yeah. It's literally the only deal I don't like today is the Marchand one. I just feel like there's more information there. So I still have any chance of sticking with the Bruins long term? I don't know. They might just be done with him. But I would expect him to get a little bit of run here. The problem is there's no one talented to actually put him with. Like, he's not going to go with Pasta or Zaka. Like, that line's going to be left alone, the Geeky Zaka Pasta line. So yeah, it's going to get kind of gross here. Pasta is gone next deadline, it's looking like. Where do you get that idea? Like, if anything, they would trade him at the draft, I guess, if they were doing a full-on reset. But they would be trading everyone. Oh, yeah. Going to games this season? No, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't. I would take a break, save my money, and go next year. I want everyone to read what's on the screen right now. It's a great point. I just need these stupid details, man. This is really, like, harshing my vibe. Harshing my vibe. I mean, they're not even – what's blowing my mind is they're not even announcing anything. Like, they're so backed up that they can't announce a single trade. Maple Leafs don't have a first, but the Penguins have two. Why would it be 3-team trade with them involved if we didn't get capital from them? Because they would be involved as a retention team. So they would be giving basically they would be getting capital from Toronto. We didn't involve them. We didn't give a shit if they were involved. All they're doing is saving the Leafs some more money on Carlo's contract. Like, we probably traded Carlo to the Penguins for future considerations, and then they traded, like, Toronto traded us Minton and a first for future considerations, and yeah, just the weird stuff to make the money work. Yeah, the run for the playoffs is pretty much over. Yeah, Yogi Haru isn't like gonna be a guy or anything. Have they announced that yet? That like officially that they did get the in on time? Do you think there's more of the Marchand trade, like Sweeney trying to piss off some of his guys and make them want to prove themselves again? No, I think it's quite the opposite. I think Marchand wanted 4 years at a real number, and Sweeney went, nope, that we can't do that. And neither side budged, and we got to the deadline, and he just went, hey man, I want to do right by you. Where do you want to go? And he told him where he wanted to go, and that's why the return sucks. Is because, I mean, he called the Panthers like, hey, we're going to trade you Marchand. And they were like, oh, this is one of those situations. We'll give you a second, a conditional second, you know? Yeah, I think genuinely they couldn't make a deal, and then they wanted to do right by Marchand. That's what I think. The NHL trade tracker is over an hour behind. How are they so bad? This is the second biggest day of the year for them. How are they so bad at this? Wolf Warrior, have a great day at work or night at work or whatever shift you work. Yeah, Brian, it does look like the return is going to be something along those lines. It's not good. It's not good. We do not have finalized details on Carlo, on Marchand, or on a potential Yoki Haru deal. Where can I stream the presser? Is the presser starting? Like, are they doing this? I'm just gonna check the Bruins Twitter and see if they actually tell me. Dano the Mano, thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for hanging out. Feels like a bad business move to show all of your cards first. I don't really feel like that's what happened. I mean, Marchand wanted to go there. They were up against the clock. He had to call them and be like, hey, we're trying to make a Marchand deal. You interested? And they either read the tea leaves or Marchand's team contacted a few different teams, seeing who was interested and chose them, you know. Fallen Angel, I don't think you're dumb. So the Coyle trade makes a lot of sense to me because you are removing a mid-30s guy who's not going to be a part of your next core, and the value is just crazy good right now at the deadline. So you get a nice little prospect out of that, as well as a 26-year-old center who's a 3C because we need 8 of those apparently. But the trade made sense to get some value for him, even though he's still had a year left on his contract. Frederick needed a change of scenery. That made all the sense in the world to me. He was abysmal this year. He didn't look very happy. So you're moving off of him more so for both sides at this point, just to get some value because he wasn't going to re-sign here in the offseason. And then for Carlo, you're taking advantage of a high asset player, thinking that you can get real value back on that. I don't think trading Carlo makes a ton of sense if you want to be good next year, but Carlo was also having a very down year. So maybe you're worried about his concussion issues, things of that nature. All of these, I think, in a vacuum can be explained and make a certain amount of sense. It just takes a little bit of digging with them. Adam Ella, thank you for re-upping. It says became a member, but I know that you didn't just become a member. So thank you so much for re-upping as one of the high-quality inspectors. Top line tier. Top liner. I'm confused by the pasta is gone comment. I don't really understand that. He might end up like if this does really fall off a cliff over the next year or two, then yeah, he might be, but like we'll see what happens. Looked it up. Survey posted details. What did he look? Well, let's refresh this. Oh, for the Carlo trade. Yeah, that was a while ago that he put that up about an hour ago, but we don't know what year the first round pick is. But I do think that's just basically what it is. Anything else? The deal for Coyle just became official. Holy shit, they're backed up. My goodness. All right, let's see. Where are they going to do this presser from? It's 4:57. Why would Pazza stick around for rebuild when he's 28 in his prime with a team that is going to suck for several years? Well, I think the plan is that we don't suck for several years. And I mean, this isn't really the NBA. Guys don't force their way out too often. I mean, it's possible, I guess. It's not very typical. This probably keeps us out of contention for the next 4 years. Why waste the core's prime? Hold on. What move today made us so much worse than what we were already going to be if we had kept everybody? Like, Marchand, obviously moving off of him is a downgrade. He's 37 years old. He's had several hip surgeries, and he wasn't having the same kind of impact this year. I mean, Coyle was not good this year. Frederick was not good this year. Carlo was not good this year, but I mean, we would expect a bounce back. I understand the frustration for all of you, but there's a certain level. Oh, Nesson says they'll have the presser. I don't have Nesson down here. So I might not be able to stream that, but no, I understand the frustration. I understand that moving off Marchand is a big deal. It is heartbreaking. It genuinely is. But he was not going to be the same player in 2 years' time. So unless you thought that we were winning the cup next year or the year after, that's I just don't see how these moves are like, oh, wow, we took ourselves out of contention. We already weren't in it. Unless you believe that this year's injuries were the sole reason we weren't cup contender status, which I'm just not in on that. Like, that's just not where I'm at. So I understand the emotion of it all. I'm not trying to like dismiss your thoughts or anything on that. I just think that you get caught up in the moment, and genuinely this team isn't competing this year. And next year still has a ton of holes that they need to plug. And we looked at the free agency class earlier a little bit. It's not like that's overly impressive. We don't have a bunch of prospects that can slot in. Honestly, if I'm Pasta, I'm sitting there going, I'm probably better off at the age of 30 with the moves we've made than I would have been had we kept these guys. Oh, we did retain on Carlo. Yeah, it would be hilarious if we made the playoffs now. I would find that hilarious. Someone just said we retained on Carlo. I don't see the details though. We're not drastically worse than we were. And I think the argument could be made that in 2 years, we will be better than what we would have been had we just kept everyone. Or had we only made the moves that didn't include Marchand. Honestly, the Marchand thing is like, you didn't get real value for him. That's what we're upset about. Yes, no, Cal, I'm right there with you. That sucks. I think that we were trying to do right by Marchand, and that's where he wanted to go. Mike, you're really bumming people out, man. Like, yeah, we don't have any left wings. We were still going to have that same problem. Retained half on Carlo, allegedly. Yeah, this ragtag team making the playoffs would be hilarious. Oh, Roddy got moved again. I really like that prospect, too. Thank you, Zach. It does suck, though. Like, I'm not dismissing the fact that this sucks. I mean, Pasternak does have 2 years, and it does suck for Pasta but we weren't going to be competitive next year anyway. Like, we're hoping, basically, maybe not that we weren't going to be competitive. We would have had probably one more year of Marchand being an effective left winger. Like, that's That's the biggest blow here, and probably your Carlo. But Carlo, we do not know if he was bouncing back from the physical ailments that he was facing clearly this year because he's had a really rough year. And Marchand, we honestly don't know how he was going to hold up either with all the surgeries. I don't know. It makes sense. It just sucks that we didn't get better value for Marchand. And it sucks that we're moving on from him. He's a franchise icon. Sebastian, that's not the same thing at all. You should trade McDavid too because he's having a down year. No, like Marchand genuinely is 37 years old next year. He's like depreciating in his skill. It sucks that we're moving on from him. This was more about him retiring a Bruin though than him making this team a cup contender. Nesson just said we don't know what the return is. I can't be here till 10 p.m. as we wait for this dumb league to figure this out. We will be younger and faster. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, there is a roadmap for this just absolutely bottoming out though. Like if the moves we make today don't bear any fruit, and this is a very negative way to look at it, but if it doesn't bear any fruit and some of these younger guys don't pan out, then we're waiting on picks, and that's when you start to like, okay, Pastrnak, he's at this point probably 30. We're probably 2 years down the road at this point when we're talking about it. He's got a year and a half, 2 years left of his contract. He'll be a king's ransom. We need to hit the hard reset button. But at that point, you're also doing that with McAvoy. Yeah, you become like an 8-year rebuild at that point. So there's still a roadmap for that. Talking about Carlo, Coyle, and the other ones. Coyle's not your part of your future and your contention, and Coyle's also had a brutal year. Carlo is a real loss if he was going to rebound. That's a real loss. So I'm totally with you on that. And that right side looks pretty gross. Uh-oh, here we go. Some actual details. Here we go. Are you guys watching it? Are they saying this? Retention pissed you off? Yeah, I don't love it, but Oh, I don't think it says we won't be good at least another 3 years. If it is only 15%, which is what I'm seeing right now, that's an insanely small amount. Like it's more about losing the retention spot. Because 15% is what, less than $1 million? It has to be less than $1 million. He makes like $4 million a year. And Mike, there's a possibility it goes that way, but it's just you had to make a real decision. And it sounds like Marchand wanted a real contract to play till he was 40, based on some messages I'm getting. Still no sign of Sweeney. Jesus, this is taking forever. Yeah, I really, if they win the cup with Carlo, man, I'm just going to feel like that was so on me. Problem with the Bruins this year has been their coaching staff, not the players necessarily, in your opinion. Watch Marchand under Paul Maurice just excels immediately, and Florida fans chanting Marshy. Well, I think that's a tough sell because you also have to take into account that roster is loaded. He's going to have so much more space on the ice than he had in Boston. Because Marchand and Pastrnak were not working well together. And again, you could blame coaching for that. But we've also seen that line, anytime Bergeron was not centering those two, that line never worked. Marchand, Pastrnak, never, ever worked. So he had to get moved down the line. And then he's the only scoring threat. So he just gets absolutely smacked around on the ice. He's getting double teamed. He's not at the same level he could where he could squirrel away and still get a great scoring chance consistently. I think he will be great in Florida because he's going to have so much more space. Yeah, Marshy might sign like the one-day deal to retire, bro. I'd like that. Leafs record is inflated this year due to the goaltending. Yeah, but the goaltending has been really good. Like Wall and Stolarz were both predicted by some of us to be really good. Sean, taking the positive route. Wanted that reset, wanted the retool. I get it. What if Sweeney is getting the old Jared Mayo treatment right now? I still miss Bergeron a lot too, yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to look at this. And you can predict a absolute brutal path, which, I mean, there's a roadmap for it. I'm not saying that that's like a far-fetched idea. Or you could say, hey, this team had to make a decision, and they made one, and it sucks. But boy, they made one. Yeah, Florida does just absolutely demolish us in every way. Wow, Carolina saying that the Rantanen trade took so long that they didn't have time to jump in on any other deals. Yikes. Yeah, that is a good point, Zach. Bruins were bad last year for a huge stretch. Awesome start, and then played 500 hockey for the rest of the season. And, I mean, the only reason we won that first round is because it was against the Leafs and because of the injuries. They had a ton of injuries they were dealing with. We'll be back, and the question is, will we be back with Pasternak and McAvoy, or will we be back after a full retool in, I mean, a long time? Marchand signs with Nashville in the offseason. Jesus. Yes, this is a great point, too. The messages we kept getting from the team throughout the season about, like, the other team just wanted it more. Winning games in October doesn't win you the cup. And all the statements that we were just crushing them for, and they just kept saying, yeah, it does feel like this is a culture reset as well, which culture is hard to get back to. There's a lot on the line here. This is going to be a really tough, like, 8 months, and then figure out what the team looks like next year. It's going to be weird. All right, no shield. I'm not going to read that out loud, but everyone look at what he said. Matthews don't have a killer instinct. Never won a decisive game, right? A game 5 or game 7. God, can I please just get the details of this freaking trade? Still no Sweeney yet? Could have been back next year if we didn't trade Carlo. That's going to be a really interesting to keep tabs on, is how well he performs next year and how much we might have screwed up with that. Do you feel coaching change will be a must for any hope of success? Absolutely, I do. So to the point, I'm sorry, I forget who said it, that was talking about the coaching. Mr. Quinn, I think it was. Yes, I do agree that the coaching's been absolutely abysmal, and you do need a real head coach, which sucks because I like Sacco. He's been a good soldier, but he's just not. I don't think he coaches this team well. Imagine Bruins pull a Stamkos Gensel type trade instead of a second for the captain. Just sucks. Yeah, nope. I agree. That does suck. Rather have seen Marchand go to the Habs than the Panthers. You know what? No, actually. I think I still rather the Panthers. That's more of a DNA thing at this point, though. Not to say you don't have that. It's just my entire youth, it was just hating the Habs, just hating them. It's going to take 2 years if Sweeney doesn't mess it up. That's what I'm thinking, too. I think not this next season, but the following one, this team's pretty competitive. I don't know about cup contender, but, like, competitive. Regime change. Neely is the real GM. Nesson will have it. Has Sweeney popped out yet? How do any of these returns help us at all? Second conditional to 2027, first round pick in 2028. Yeah, no, look, they don't help immediately unless Sweeney's looking to trade them. But, you know, they're not, most of this stuff is not going to help immediately. The pieces that you hope do help immediately are the who's Nadeov, who's Nadeov, Middlestat. And again, these guys are not guys who should be game changers, but like they're the ones that you hope improve certain aspects of the team. Lauco, so not major game changers. You're hoping that Minton turns into something bigger than what I'm reading about. And yeah, Carlo is going to be really, really hard to replace on that right side. The thing is, if you're in 2027, if we're just punting on next year, right? You're hoping that Loke Johansson is playing a role on that right side, which would be early for him, but it would be pretty cool. You're hoping that Lorai has really stepped up and become a really solid second or even first pairing defenseman. McAvoy and Pastrnak are still performing at the level that you need, and that some of these other pieces have grown, like Patra has grown. Merkulov has become useful. Minton has become a real guy. There's another prospect that I'm not thinking of that we potentially grabbed. Either way, you're looking for those guys to be that youthful version of a competitive team. So it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. The guys, we haven't been through this in a long time, but you do eventually have to make a decision on it. And it's just you never know if it's the right timing or not. Yeah. I just need the friggin' details of this. So statements like this is really silly, though, because the Bruins are not in a better position for the future than they were 48 hours ago. Yeah, we literally are. Like, we literally are. We have more draft capital, more youthful players. Like, we got younger, we got faster, and we have far more draft capital than we started the day with. We are worse over the next 2 seasons, though, potentially. Like, that I get. But, I mean, just to say, like, hey, they're not better built for the future. Now, some of you might respond with, well, Sweeney's drafting, so we're fucked. Fine. But, like, it's the takes like that just it's disingenuous is what it is. And that's the other thing. If you can get Hagens or Misa or some high-value center in this year's draft, which is a pipe dream, but if it somehow fell our way, holy shit, does that change the outlook really fast? Does this change how you feel on the brass firing Monty now that we're here? No, not at all. That team wasn't playing for Monty at all. I don't know what the issue was there. I don't know if Monty checked out. I don't know if the team checked out. But, like, that was gross hockey under Monty. What jersey should I wear in Montreal versus the Bees? Bergie, Potsy, Hampus, Zaka, Sway, or Pasta, since no Carlo, Marshy, or Brazeau. I'd still go with Marchand. You might get... Now, then they have some weapons against you. Bergeron. Yeah, Bergeron. The Quebecer, you know? Also, thank you for the generosity. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you for hanging around as well. As a 50-year-old Bruins fan, an avid Habs hater, I think in today's hockey, I would rather Marchand went there. Wow. That says something. That really does. Whoa. Austrian Luigi, who said this? Who actually said this? Because this is the kind of stuff that comes out that we're like, okay, now we can torch. Now we can torch Sweeney. Because if it was a 2-year deal and that's what they didn't want to give, fuck you. Like, right? If you were like, I don't want to give you a 2-year deal, but I'm also going to trade you for next to nothing, that's screwed. That is not okay. Train 420, I'm right there with you. Hopefully it pays off. Who would I like to see the Bees target in the offseason? Haven't gotten there. I was saying this earlier. I just, the day-to-day during the season is so busy with the every other day basically doing a game review, the podcast once a week as well. I mean, just most of my nights are taken up that way. I don't have a lot of time that I sit down and go back to hockey, right? Like, I spend a ton of time on hockey. This project, doing the YouTube channel, has actually prevented me from watching as much hockey as I used to, oddly enough, because I'm, like, focused in on Bruins stuff so much. Pasta for the first overall pick, you would never make that trade. Why would you do that? I have a hard time believing that they wouldn't do a 2-year deal. Yeah, I would prefer it be the 2026, not the 2027 first round pick. We do need another top 4 D man. I'm telling you, Loke Johansson, the draft pick, what was he, 6th round or 5th round this last year? The brass is really high on this kid. He plays both sides. I think he shoots right. I think he does. I don't remember. And we're seeing a lot of like Minton is not good. Minton is good. He's great. He's a bum. He's the 3C. He's a 2C. I don't know who to believe right now. We didn't make moves according to the age of our core. That's kind of impossible given the age of our core. Like, you don't want to trade a bunch of assets for a bunch of 28-year-olds and 29-year-olds because McAvoy and Pastrnak are 28 and 29. Because you're still like closing your window faster than not, because non-superstars at like 32, 33 years old slow way down. And then you can't trade for a bunch of 25-year-olds who are excellent because those guys aren't available. Loke shoots left. I thought it was. Yeah. But either way, he plays both sides and they are high on him. So we'll see. Oh, no, we have our first round pick and we have our second round pick this year. But no, I don't think we traded for any extra picks this year, to your point. I mean, Carlo's great. I'm not saying Carlo's not great. We'll see if he can continue being great because, I mean, he's been on a downward trajectory. But I think that's a tough trade. That's a really tough trade. Loke also, yeah, nowhere near a top 4 D-man right this moment. They're just very high on him. They're really, really happy with what he's showing. Cobb, I mean this with all the love in the world. You got to let 2015 go, man. It was 10 years ago. It's 10 years ago. And not for nothing, the 2 of those 3 picks were like projected to go right there. And DeBrusk was a great first round pick. I think so, at least. Not as good as some of the ones around it. Marchand took the cap-friendly deal for the Bruins. Now we cannot take care of him. I mean, there's certainly an argument to be had there, but also you have to do right by Pastrnak too and McAvoy, and you can't spend a huge amount of money on Marchand. Now, please put 1,000 asterisks on that because I don't know what is actually happening behind closed doors. Absolutely, David. Not a deep draft this year. You're right. Not a deep draft. You don't see potential in Loke. Okay. Agree with the 2015 take. Let it go. Yeah, and I don't mean that in any way sort of like, because Cobb, I get it. It sucks. And looking back on it, but it has just been a long time. He had just taken over literally just taken over the GM role. It was weird. Still waiting on Sweeney. Dang. Thank you, Andrew, for updating me. But I bet Islanders fans wish they took someone other than Barzal. Barzal's never healthy. Yeah, Joan, that actually is correct. So Loke, if his defense can hold at the NHL level, he becomes this awesome 200-foot, like, does everything really well, doesn't do anything elite. But he's got a long way to go still. It's going to be a couple of years. Marchand for Louis Eriksson. I'd rather have the second, actually. The Jacobs scene leaving the garden with their pockets full of chips. Good for them. You know, Odd Sparrow, I'd actually have to go back and look. I don't remember. I don't remember what percentage of the cap when he signed that deal, what percentage of the cap it was. Adam, I do love the fact that you're really beating Minton's drum here. You're making me feel better. Cobb, thank you so much for hanging out, man. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are the ones who are making this interesting and fun. There's still 550 of you guys in the chat as we all wait for these details. Yeah, I think Colorado walks away feeling pretty good. I think Dallas walks away feeling pretty good. I think in the long run, Carolina is going to be pretty happy, even though they had to move off of Rantanen. But I think people will paint that as such a disaster for them. I think it's a disaster. It's a bummer that they weren't able to get any more help. I'm so interested if the Yogi Haru thing is coming through or not. How's that work meeting? It's just not happening. It's just not happening. I'm skipping out. I'm skipping out. I had the day off. I took PTO for today, and I've already had to be a part of like several meetings in the morning. So we're going to live with this. And it's even funnier because they could probably just see me and be like, oh, this is what he's doing. But that's all right. Was sitting in school waiting on what was going on. I want to cry. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Did we do right by Pasta and McAvoy? So That's actually a really good point here, Mike. It sounds like we actually sort of played the middle and tried to do right by Marchand while also not giving him the contract that he wanted. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Potter is probably better than Minton. No reason we didn't get Cowan. I don't know. I just gotta see how this all works out, man. I don't know enough about the prospects. After this deadline, who's your prediction in the final now? I refuse to believe in Washington. I think just because I'm bitter. I don't know. I still say Dallas. They were my pick at the beginning of the year, I want to say. And then, you know what? I said if Carlo went to the Leafs, they would win the cup. So I'll say Dallas Leafs in the finals. A tasty snack. Thank you so much for jumping back in. Or not jumping back in, for continuing your membership, you all-star mother trucker. The dogs are getting upset at me because I haven't fed them yet. Minton is going to be way better than people think, and we draft a stud with that first. In 3 years, the Carlo trade is going to feel a lot better. That's the hope, is that in a couple of years, all of this whole deadline feels so much better. Panthers versus Avs, okay. Florida versus Dallas. Carlo makes the Leafs so good. If he's humming, yeah, 15% retainment is fine. You hate using one of your slots like that, but it is what it is. Yeah, this is so dumb. We're now almost 2.5 hours past the trade deadline, and we still don't know the details for, one of the most impactful trades of the deadline. Like, the NHL just knows how to ruin a good thing, man. For sellers, that's awesome. But can we at least play Lysell and Merkulov for the last 20 games? Yeah, I agree with that. Just let them run. Pasta and Marshy were best buds. I wonder if there's something else. I doubt it. I really doubt that there's something going on there. All these trades, and I can't see how the overall team, including prospects, is that much better. I think prospect-wise, we are definitely better. We are definitely better prospect-wise. There is a chance that all of these guys are third-line prospects, but, optimism. What was the Marchand trade? I was in the locker room when it happened. We don't know. We believe that it's a second-round pick that could turn into a first in 2028. We think it's bad. The Atomic Lizard, I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry. Genuinely believe if Marchand got traded to Dallas, his entire deadline feels way better. Yeah, I think if he gets traded for next to nothing to a different contender, we're a lot happier. Oh, the Discord link. Oh, is it not in the description of this? It doesn't look like it is. Hold on. Can I edit this? I should be able to. Oh, I'll just post it in the chat. I'll just post it in the chat. Hold on. And boom. That's the Discord link. Yay, we did it. Did you see Ty Anderson's tweet about Providence players? Is this about the guys who are available for the playoffs? Like, everyone got sent down, but really just so, like, they could be available? Do we have confirmation about Marchand's trade? Nope. I think Sweeney's going to wait until his actual details out. Until everything's confirmed. Guys, go on. Go on. Go lie down. I'll be with you as soon as I can. I haven't seen so many tears since Baywatch was canceled. That's a good one. Yeah, this next season is going to be, something. Feeling pretty good. I'm just going to avoid hockey until the draft so I don't have to see Marchand in a Panthers jersey or Carlo in a Leafs jersey. Yeah, I respect it. At Carlo's prime, he was an elite shutdown defenseman, I believe. Like, that's my personal opinion. I believe he was, like, you could call him a top 5 defensive defenseman in the league. Right now, I don't think that's what he is. But he's just been struggling this year. And whether it's health or some sort of decline, I don't know. Venture to guess what the general rebuilding strategy is. What are they expecting to change, hang on to? So my guess with the current path is that we got younger and faster. They're hoping that some of the pieces they grabbed at this deadline are pieces that they can turn into real players right now. Like, they will become real players. And then the reason that these picks down the road are still valuable in the sense of the prime for Pasta and McAvoy is because if next year some of these guys are like, okay, hold on, this is a real team, we can add to this and we can really make something out of it, those picks get moved, right? Like, there's still a way to look at this as, a really, really beneficial thing to the Bees. Prime top 5 defenseman is an insane thing to say. A defensive defenseman. In his prime, he was a top 5 defensive defenseman. He wouldn't be like anywhere near top 5 in the league, but when you took guys who are like not offensively valuable at all, but pure defense, yeah, I would say he was one of the top 5 best defensemen purely at defense. Carlo was also a master at deflecting pucks into our net. I mean, everybody on this team is really good at that, actually. If it does turn out to be that small of a return, that tells me that he's not extending in Florida. Actually, all that really tells me, not actually, that's your opinion. My opinion is that it just tells me that he asked to go there. He wanted to push his way there. Carlo is not elite. He is no Morgan Geeky. Imagine trading your captain and 2.5 hours later still not announcing the return. Yeah. Yeah. I like how people tweeting, the disrespect to Marchand is wild. If we don't know what happened yet. We don't know. We don't know. What's up, Metroid Jones? What's the matter? What could possibly be wrong? Carlo is better than Morgan Riley, I hope. 2 very different players. Adam, there is a real risk here because Carlo has not been good this season. It's been a struggle for a lot of players in Boston. So there is a chance that he looks great and he's going to basically be matched up against the other team's best lines and he's going to take a player out of the series. That's what he would do for Boston is when he was healthy, he could take a player out of the series as long as you could match him up, obviously home games. If he's not at his best, there is going to be some miscues that you're really not going to love. Yeah, it would be nice to see the actual contracts for these trades, but I could see how that could also go poorly. I think the best question now is when can we dump Elias Lindholm and Zadorov? No move clauses, and yeah. No, these guys are like Zadorov's going to be fine as a third pairing defenseman. He's just going to be overpaid, and Elias Lindholm's going to be okay as a third line center. He's just going to be overpaid. Why has it not started? Because they still haven't announced the friggin' trade. Are we thinking Sacco is not Bruins head coach material? That's what I'm thinking, but I do not know. I do not know who would be next up in line there. I haven't really put a lot of thought into it. Coaching has never been my like the next coach we should hire has never been my specialty. When a bad coaching hire happens and you can like look at their record and look at their, all the things that they've done, you can kind of be like, oh, gross. But I don't keep up with coaches the way I do players. Elias Lindholm is practically unmovable without retention. Zadorov's no movement clause lightens up in the future seasons. That might be possible eventually. Yeah, I mean, both those guys might be like 4 years down the road. You can move them depending on what their play looks like. Odd Sparrow, are you ready for that? Honestly, are you ready for that? Obviously, you would need way more for Pasternak and way more for McAvoy. But if you make that trade, like we're talking about 6, 7, 8 year rebuild. Like, are you ready for that? I feel like the Bruins had a deal with Marchand to re-sign in the offseason and didn't really care about the return. That would make me care about the return more. It's like, we know we're getting him back, but how much can we get out of this? Do you think Jackson Edwards will make the little big club next year? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm getting a little worried about him. He hasn't really taken a stride this season as far as I can tell. To be fair, no coach can make this team change. Yeah. The culture is going to be different. That's for sure. Oh, and Sparrow's ready for it. He's ready for the half a decade to a decade rebuild. Well, good on you, man. Leach get his shot to try coaching next year? Maybe. God, just going down the line at that point. Marchand for a voodoo doll from the Zoe Pound, Miami. Hey, I have no idea what that is. I feel like I probably shouldn't be reading it out on YouTube. I hope the Flyers fired Torts and the Bruins can sign him. Fuck no. Thank you, though. I appreciate your opinion, but no thank you. Can't wait for Dean Letourneau to save this franchise. It's like a 4-year project, but maybe. We'll see. I know you're joking, but Elias Lindholm will be better. I'm hoping. Like, I would love to be wrong about Lindholm and Zadorov. I would love if Zadorov suddenly was like a real top pairing defenseman or a great second pairing defenseman. I would love if Elias Lindholm was an excellent 2C. You know? The stalling on Nesson as well. They're just waiting for the announcement to go through. Like, because technically the announcement hasn't gone through because the trade hasn't been finalized. Like, this is still actively happening. Wanting to go to Florida for the rest memes would be marshy. Yeah, that would be very marshy. Yeah, Rod, I agree with this. That, like, look, there was a business side to this as well. You know, there really was. I like Tavares. I wouldn't want to sign him, but you really like the Minton trade, the Carlo trade. Yeah, I think the Coyle trade's my favorite. That Zeller kid looks like he's got some real upside. I can't. We might hit 6 o'clock before we find this out. Torts is a Massachusetts man. Torts is one of those coaches that has a serious shelf life. Like a serious shelf life. He just can't last very long on a team. Although he's been with Philly for a little while now. Also, guys, remember, we want younger guys to progress, and Torts' biggest weakness is exactly that. I am also sad we're not going to see Marchand get his 1,000th point in a Bruins sweater. That's just fucking awful. Bottom 6 is going to be all third-line centers, so it doesn't matter who gets kicked for the face-off dot. Hell yeah, brother. Playing chess out here while everyone else plays checkers. What was Marshy's last goal? I mean, honestly, with most of his goals, it was probably some chip in from the crease on a loose puck. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people with the Marchand was my favorite player kind of stuff. It sucks. I know. I'm sorry. Hey, Nick, I'm trying to just stick around until we got some real details. Yeah, we saw the retaining 15% on Carlo, which makes sense. Coach Patrice Bergeron, I just don't think he'd be happy being a coach. Hopefully some of these centers can play wing. It is not to disparage a position. It's easier to play wing than it is center. Do we get to see Lysell and Merck long-term or suffer through more Tufty and VL? They have to know what the season's going to be. They have to just put guys out there at this point, the young guys, and just see what they do. What was the return for Marshy? Do we know yet? Nope. We think it was a second-round conditional pick for 2027 that could be a first-round pick in 2028. The only jersey that has a name on it is Brad Marchand. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, no, I know it's rough. I know it sucks. He definitely wouldn't be happy coaching this team. Yeah, the lack of defensive responsibility would drive him insane. Yeah, Lindholm. One thing that Lindholm is continuing to do well is the dot. He wins a lot of faceoffs. I think he's got a pretty good number on the year, like 53, 54%. I don't. The NHL just knows how to fucking ruin a good thing, man. The waiting here is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is going to be my whole night. It's going to be my whole night. It's going to be my whole night. Oh, Stefan, what's up, man? Get the sadness about all this, but with Marshy age and maybe the injury being more serious than advertised, this is far from the worst case senior. Yes, this is the worst, far from the worst case scenario. It just, where he ended up is kind of the worst case scenario. And it is a shit return if it is just a second round pick. What's up, Portia? Was he 85% last night at the dot? That's awesome. The guy wins faceoffs. I won't take that away from him. Marchand will get his 1,000th against the Bruins. It's actually Tuesday. He's going to get 24 points against us after he was week to week when he was here. Then he's just going to be like, I'm healthy. And he just ends up breaking every record for a single game. Giovanni Smith is still in the league? What? What? They're trying to get Nickelback to perform before. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have Nickelback come out. That'll make us feel better. On the positive, my Bacchus jersey is just a Merkulov jersey. I'm waiting. Hell yeah. Had no problem with trading Marsh and Carlo, just not to the fucking teams. That's honestly one of the most painful parts about it. I was prepared for a Marchand trade. I truly was. I thought we were going to get a king's ransom for him, though. Are they just running ads until they're ready to start? Because I would turn it off. I'm not giving you my money for that. I know you're not spending it, but still. Kachuk, just random Kachuk. I love it. They have no captain on this team. That's correct. That is factually correct. That would be crazy. Just a total overperformance for 4 weeks straight. You just win a ton. Yeah, we are in for some ugly hockey. Okay, finally. A 4th round pick in 2026. So we give up a 4th for Yoki Haru. So that is the Yoki Haru trade. We will have him in the Carlo spot, which means the right side got worse. The right side is actually the thing that got the most worse in this deadline. Who's our top defenseman pairing for the remainder of the season? Yeah, it's Zadorov peak. It is Zadorov peak. Is that bad? Hey, at least we got some news. That's fine. I don't give a crap about the 4th. Cool. Whatever. And I don't really care about Yoki Haru either, who is a UFA at the end of the season, I believe. I can tell you in just a second here. Yep. It was his last year UFA. They might just let him walk too. I think this might just be as a placeholder so that they don't have to call someone up on that right side, because we really don't have anyone for that right away. Anything else here? Nope. Yeah, all right. What's up, Dr. Holy Moly? We are 3 points for a wild card spot. We are. I mean, you look at the roster that's going to start tomorrow, and you tell me 3 points is not a mountain. Yeah, we're not getting. But also, Joey, when you were watching that game and they waved off the one goal for offside, waved off that one goal, you knew. You knew. In regulation, too. You knew. You knew it was going to happen. Wouldn't even say you were blue ball. You just knew. So who is this guy with the impossible name to pronounce? Where is he from? Was he on Buffalo? Is he worth a crap? Are you talking about Yoki Haru, or are you talking about who's Nadov? Who's Nadadov? Who's that guy? You know? Hold on. I'm going to get this. Hold on. Here we go. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to look at his name. Who's Nadinov? Nailed it. Oh, my gosh. We can do it, Dr. Holy Moly. I believe in you. I believe in you specifically. He's a 22-year-old center prospect, left shot, who is under 5'10" and under 170 pounds on the last year of his ELC. He's on an RFA, so he will be team controlled. We can sign him to whatever bridge deal we need to. He has 7 points in 57 games played this season, 2 goals and 5 assists. He flashed some real talent in the KHL. He can deke somebody out of the dang boots. He's impressive with his hands. He has a nice speed to his game. He's probably a third-line player. But there's a lot of drama that, like, well, he's only 22. He might pop off, all this stuff. He's probably a third-line guy. What's up, Outwardly Crass? Okay. You know what? You got to give it to me, and I appreciate this. First of all, thank you for your generosity. I greatly appreciate it. You're welcome for the trade. Brad will be loved down there. I agree. Thank you for the best of luck. I feel like that's a little tongue-in-cheek, but I respect it. Yeah, of course you would love our newer rivalry. Like, I'm just breaking this down in a weird cadence. I'm just going sentence by sentence. Yeah, of course you would love this rivalry. It's really great for you. This has been the best rivalry the Panthers have ever had in their franchise's history. You have never, ever, ever had a rivalry that you have loved like this, ever. And I'm really happy for you guys. I am. I am happy for the fans who aren't huge pieces of shit, just like you are rooting for the best for the Boston fans who aren't huge pieces of shit. Some hockey fans, man, they're just bad. Just bad. Either way, good luck. I hope you guys get blown out in the first round, but somehow Marchand has 30 goals. No, Marchand will not be their favorite player. I can promise you that. I love that you jumped in. Thank you again for your generosity. That's greatly appreciated. But I do love that you took this opportunity. You got to take those opportunities when they come up. Good for you. Poop Scoobity. Yeah, it just felt like it was obvious that the Bruins were not winning that game, nor even getting to overtime to me. Jimmy Murphy, a legit source. He just said that they trade information, said it's a second-round pick and a first. He is not a legit source, but I'm also not willing to say he's just wrong. But no, he's not tied in. Okay, so this is what's going to really upset people is when, randoms. I'm a random, right? I consider myself a random when it comes to covering the Bruins, right? Because I am not tied in at the level of some of these other guys. Somebody just put out, it's from Bruins Burner on Twitter, his new post-trade deadline prospect list. Anyone 22 years old or younger. Number 1 is Patra. Number 2 is Lysell. Number 3 is Minton. Number 4 is Kuznetsov. And number 5 is Zellers, which is going to make everyone who reads that and takes that very seriously as that somebody who knows exactly what they're talking about, which maybe they know what they're talking about, but they're not like a verified source for this kind of stuff or for talent development or anything. And they're just going to sit there and shit all over it because Lysell has not been able to make a push yet. So they're just going to, he's still your second best prospect. I personally would not put that there, but what? Wait, what? What? The Bruins have acquired defenseman Daniil Mizul from the New Jersey Devils in exchange for forward Mark McLaughlin. What? I don't... What? That one's just to hurt feelings. It doesn't hurt my feelings. McLaughlin was done here. That's fine. That's fine. But it does feel like that one was just to hurt feelings. I think that one was just to say, fuck you guys. Hold on. Who's this Yule guy? Oh, I'm having a good time today. I really am. Let's see. 24-year-old, last year of an ELC. Yeah, this is a nothing. This is a guy that we were done with a guy they were done with. Oh, this is a nothing trade. This is nothing. Nothing. What's happening to the Marchand? We still don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We found out the McLaughlin trade before we found out about the Marchand trade, and it's been 3 hours. Good stuff. No, not McLaughlin. Yeah, it's just an AHL trade. It's literally just a trade to hurt people's feelings. That's literally all it is. That's all it is. Yeah, it does sound like we're making some progress here. Oh, I would love to be done by 6 so then I can work on all the other stuff I have to work on. Wouldn't that be exciting? Wouldn't that be so exciting, everybody? And people are not going to be happy with me based on what I say about this. Oh man, because I'm mostly happy with the deadline. I really am. I really am. Okay. What was the return for Carlo? We believe it was Minton and a first. We don't know the year yet. We don't know the year yet. Why do people keep saying Minton is Kopitar? As somebody earlier made the comparison. Oh, it was Adam. Adam right above you made the comparison. Your poor pooches need to eat. They do, actually. They do need to eat. They're very spoiled dogs. They're very, very spoiled dogs. I actually feel the worst for Larry, who's just kind of hanging out in his little house right now. But he'll be running around tonight. My fiance should be home somewhat soon, I would hope. Yeah, so some people like Robert there. I'm just really, really excited. I get it. So like the retool, this feels like a boost for the retool. We'll see. We will see. Brady cried when Norris got traded. I saw that. That was sad. That was sad. If it ultimately comes out that Marchand was going to walk in free agency, then it'll be better to get a conditional second than nothing. I agree. I still think we just did right. Like he just said he wanted to go somewhere. So we did it. Swell dog, happy dog. That's right. No, stop getting so worked up about Minton. This is a wait and see. Poop Scoopity, thank you for the generosity. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like answering the questions. I like hanging out with you guys. When I do these streams, it's a reminder that like you guys are great, and there's a lot of great hockey talk and content and enjoyable stuff. Sharing the hobby with people. Sometimes the comments really bog me down under videos because there's some that are just really nasty and abrasive and just tiresome. So. Sometimes live streaming really helps me mentally. Sweeney Presser is coming up. Hopefully, will they put this on the Twitter too? I don't have the Nesson app. No, it doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. Some Leafs fans are upset for the Carlo trade, but like I get it because Carlo has had such a rough season this year. Most of the analytic cards are going to show that, and a lot of people really rely on those these days for some reason. Which I get. Like I see a good analytics card and I get all excited as well, or I get negative when I see a bad one. But without actually watching the guy, it's hard to really give a full picture about it. So I understand that some people are going to be really upset about that trade because Carlo's numbers this year don't look that good. And you know how people feel about their prospects. Like they really like Minton, as Adam Butt really likes Minton, and it's one of those things. Like they think he's gonna be great, and they lost a guy they really like. So I think that's understandable. Oh, pizza sounds so freaking good. I deserve a treat tonight. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna order some food and get fucked up. That's aggressive, but I might. I would love to be able to record the Short Shift podcast and to record an episode of Low Qual before 9 p.m. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Should have traded Corpusalo to Florida. I wish we traded Corpusalo too. Oh, that would have been nice. Now that we get rid of Coyle, we can actually find a 2C and can get Lindholm 3C. That is a long-term goal for me, I think, is find a way to get Lindholm to 3C. If Patra could possibly be a real 2C, we'll see. We'll see. I've bet on the Bruins every game since Four Nations. Only loser has been me. Dude, like you're betting on them to win? That's you giving money away. Oh, by the way, Poop Scoobity, thank you again for your generosity. I don't think I said that enough. I really appreciate it. Drinking stream? Not tonight, man. I've been streaming for 5 hours now already. I love doing the streams. I need to do them more often. Already several drinks in, as you should be. Also, I didn't go back and watch the last stream where I was drinking through it. I'm afraid of what I said by the end of it. Just do it now, clip it out of the live stream, then upload it. Yeah, but I would like to just do a breakdown of like just the trades and actually, while I'm doing this, answer you guys' questions and everything. I hear Minton is similar to Kopitar, so that's nice. Sebastian and Adam Butts are just going right back at each other. This is great. Dude, if he's Kopitar, Sebastian, you better root that he's Kopitar. You better want him to be Kopitar. It'd be amazing. Stretch, I love that, like, especially in New England, it's just become such a normal thing, the 420 stuff. Used to be such a taboo. When I went to Toronto, I was shocked. There is a weed store on every corner. Every corner has one. So who are you rooting for of the teams the Bruins have gone to? Oh, Colorado. Absolutely Colorado. I'm all in. Would love for the Wild to make a run too. Or Edmonton. I mean, I'm that western side. I'm ready. Open with a clip of abject sadness and disbelief. I mean, that's what it's going to be. Kopitar. Glad you held on to Geeky. Some people are going to be really excited about that. Press conference started. You guys give me some cliff notes because unless they're broadcasting on Twitter. Marchand and Carlo trades have not officially been announced yet. Yeah, no kidding. I have people messaging me like, I'm so sorry. Like somebody just died. Although I guess it does kind of feel like that. Man. Yeah, let me know if he says anything interesting. It's on Nesson right now. I don't have Nesson. I have ESPN Plus and Disney Plus. I can't pay for all of it. Also, Nesson is just an awful app, and I hate it. So, I think there's a possibility we move on from Jeff Veal. I mean, not this season. Cavs, Panthers, and Dodgers will win this year. I hope the Panthers don't win again. Ew. Yeah, Lauco is back. Sweeney's out. Is what? I did have work stuff, and I just decided not to do it. I used a PTO day for this. Like I wasn't supposed to be working at all, and I did so much work this morning. Is sand blowing in the wind interesting? That's Sweeney. Yeah. And I'm sorry. I am genuinely sorry. That like I was prepared for a Marchand trade. I'm bummed too, but I am sorry. Oh, Guinness. Excellent choice. Hmm. I'm supposed to be drinking a lot tomorrow. Supposed to be. Uh so I can't go overboard tonight. Yeah, traded Marchand. Look, if Geeky is a 15 to 20 goal scorer every year on a third line and isn't getting paid like a first liner, then I'm good. Oh, on their YouTube channel. Excellent. Let's jump over. Let's jump over. Let's take a look. Mike, thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much for the generosity, brother. I'm glad that you guys enjoy the skits. And then, yeah, go Avs. Go Avs. Ugh. Oh, he is throwing a pity party. Drink of choice. Right now, it's a shot of tequila. It's literally like my drink of choice. If it's a beer, I'm drinking a Guinness. But okay, he's mentioned the Brad stuff. Travis, thank you so much for your generosity. I love doing these things, man. I just appreciate you guys hanging out. Yeah, I really, really appreciate you. I'm glad that you like the intros as well. They're fun to do. They're really fun. Thank you so much for your generosity, man. Oh, Sweeney just buried himself. He just buried himself. What the fuck? Wow. Wow. He fucked that trade up. Holy shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Not everyone's watching it. I'm doing a terrible host. He's basically saying that Marchand didn't ask to go to a location. Marchand understood at a certain point that he was getting traded. They had some conversations, um, but they decided to trade him in the East. Sorry, I'm so sorry, everybody. I didn't realize that not everyone's watching it. That's my bad. That's really my bad. He's also mentioning how much like he likes Casey to add to the power play, to add to the middle of the ice. Oh my gosh. No, look, I think Sweeney did a great job at this deadline outside of the Marchand deal, and all he needed to do was allude to it being a Marchand decision. Like, now I don't want to lie about it either, but what the fuck? Yeah, you might have had something with that all the cards thing. He didn't want to just run it back. Okay, all right. So it sounds like he was ready for a reset. He's explaining that like they had to move on, and I understand that. But I mean, he basically admitted right there that like they talked to Marchand. They both realized that there was going to be a trade because they couldn't come to terms on a deal, and that they Sweeney decided to make the trade in the East. This has nothing to do with like Marchand forcing his way there. I gave him too much credit. If this deal for Marchand was better or to a different location, this would be so much better received. So we gotta wait on this return on Marchand to really find out because ah, he also did say, and I quote, "If I had done my job appropriately, we'd be adding." Wow, wow. It was such a good deadline, other than the Martian deal. I don't, guys. I don't think he's fired. I really don't. People are saying it's official. People are saying it's official. Second round conditional pick for Marchand. This is bad, man. That's an awful trade. That's an awful trade. What an awful trade. And look, I said it before in the stream. I respect the fact that he chose a direction and went with it. I respect the fact that he wanted to let the past be the past and moved on when he felt like it was necessary. Um, that's not the stuff I'm upset about, but that's an awful trade. That's an awful trade. Yeah, I like the crude comparison, Nolan, but like, yeah, I'm glad you also stated that that worked out. Oh, this is a question I want to know. He was just asked what the basically to paraphrase, why was the return basically so low? Like, were you trying to do something right for him or something like that? And he basically said like, no, with the injury, it was challenging, and um, you did we did the best we could with it, and that the injury played a role, but ugh, I yeah, no, I don't think he's coming back. Okay, so he said that Marchand has to play in a certain percentage of the playoffs, like in a certain percentage of games in the playoffs in the first 2 rounds for it to turn into a first. So, all right, where's this comment? Then why trade him? Okay, because you got something. This season is basically a wash. There's very unlikely we made the playoffs. You've already traded off the other pieces. You would be keeping him for sentimental value. And Sweeney opted for an actual asset, which second potentially first round pick. Fairly confident, fairly confident that that pick will turn into a first, but it's way down the road. I wouldn't refer to this as some sort of crazy bag fumble if he truly went team to team and there was like, no, we don't know when he's going to be available. He's coming off a bunch of different injuries. God, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine that that's the best you could do, though. I can't like defend him this hard because, but I do understand why you would still trade him. Damn, that sucks. It's a bad trade. It's a bad trade. It's a bad trade. Um, Middlestat and Lauco and Huzdinov might all play against Tampa. This sucks. This sucks. Yeah, that's a bad trade. Like, I get trading him if you knew he wasn't going to resign. This is fine. So, poop scoopity. I totally get where you're coming from here. Totally get where you're coming from here. Um, there's a level of I want my GM to run the team. And if you're looking at this like, hey, so we're not making the playoffs this season, and I mean, you're likely not re-signing in the offseason because we're not going to change our mind about the deal that you want, then I should get something for you. And it's heartless and it's cold and that's the business of it. So I'm not going to correct anyone who feels the way you do and thinks that that's just not worth it because you'd rather them force their way to re-sign him. And I get it. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Why he still went ahead and did it. It just sucks. It just sucks. And he knows it sucks. Poop Scooby, I don't think you're wrong in this. I really don't. I think that this is just there's two ways to look at it, and you're on one side. I don't even know where I'm fully landing yet. This sucks. What an awful trade. Damn. Oh, oh. So now this gets a little more interesting. What's the first day Who knows off the top of their head what's the first day of the NHL playoffs? Last games of the season will be on Saturday, April 17th. So, what, the 20th? Yeah. Marchand might not be ready to play in the regular season. It's going to be close. Now, look, he still should have gotten more in the trade. I'm not arguing against that, but at least that sort of answers something. It's a bad trade. The return is a second round pick in 2027, and if Marchand plays enough games in the playoffs, then we get a first rounder in 2028 instead of that second. Oh, Johnny, quick with it. That's 17th. This sucks. Sucks, man. This was such a good deadline for him too, and then he just buries himself with this one. How much cap space will we have in the offseason now? Something like 27 to 30 million, but we have 1,000 people would need to re-sign. Yeah, I don't think Marshy is going to re-sign here based on the fact that he wants a deal that we already have said no to. I can't believe we didn't get more for fucking Marchand. Oh my goodness. Oh, he was so close to asking. He listed off all the issues with the team. He was so close to asking, "Do you feel confident that you'll be here next year?" I swear it. He didn't ask it. Oh, he's burying himself here, talking about they can play any style of game. Buddy, you need to have an idea. Dogs are upset again. Hold on 1 second. Oh, he's going to bring up Florida too. Why not? But Sean, like, this was a really bad trade. This was a really bad trade. But like the other trades were really good. He did shit the bed on this one. This is a bad trade. Spiegel, I actually just recently had this statement the other day, or maybe earlier in the stream. I don't remember. I've never actually seen. The dogs are getting fed right now. Actually, I've never actually seen. That's not true. For the most part, we talk about teams that are doing wrong by players all the time, and yet they still can sign players left and right, like Vegas and Tampa, and like we've had those conversations. It just never seems to affect them. No one will want to sign with the Bruins right now because we're not competitive. Is the way bigger issue. Maybe that was your point in the first place. At least the Bruins tickets will be cheap next year. Yeah, you hold on to that pipe dream. Hey, thank you, the the arborist. Mr. Boston. I hope you're right. Time to build around Brazzy and Freddie. They haven't been fed yet. Now they're being fed. Nisbet, I want no one to be captain next year. I want to do it a year off from captaincy. Joe Thornton and Tyler Seguin trade ring a bell? To the point that I just made? I don't think that prevented us from getting players. Yeah, Cassie Lauko is gonna be great. Honestly, even with Beecher, that's a lot of speed. Dark Hood, thank you so much. What generosity. No, your day did not get better, unfortunately, brother. I'm very sorry about that. I'm very sorry. Uh, how much would I pay Geeky? Like 4.5, maybe 5 million. Anything above that, I'm not super pumped about. What do you think the next captain will be? I think it will be McAvoy, but I'm not really sure. We we don't need a Leafs fan and a Florida fan blaming each other over here. Adam immediately goes for the jugular. I would still trade Geeky. Well, no, I want to keep Geeky. I just don't want him to be a first line player, uh, which doesn't really answer your question. How can you be that bad at your job and keep it? I just hate the fact that there was a really good deadline until the Marchand trade. Really good until the Marchand trade. Oh, is it a little more like he gets the breast money obviously to my stomach? That's what I'm afraid of is that he's just going to get overpaid. Marchand doesn't re-sign with Boston. Where can he go? I mean, he'll have options. There'll be plenty of options. Adam, stop inciting it. Like Florida fans have every opportunity to jump in and chat and talk some crap. It's fine. Like ex low quality fan of a low quality Bruins team. All right, Noah. Also weird. Yeah, 3.5. I would absolutely do for Geeky. I don't know, on Sparrow. Maybe, just maybe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. I'm gonna believe. Adam, you're good. Thank you. They're just roasting Sweeney in the YouTube chat, by the way. I'm not even listening to the guy anymore. I should be, but uh did we ever get finalization on the Carlo trade? Okay, and it is confirmed 25% of or more of Florida's games of the first 2 rounds of the playoff, it becomes a first round pick. It sounds like there's a chance that Marchand might not play again this year. Like, at all. Okay, what was it? Not a lot of value there other than the fact that he said that we fucked up the trade. It does sound like the medical stuff is way worse than what we thought. Way worse. 3 to 4 weeks, but there's a chance that he won't be ready for the playoffs. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I don't know. So this is a great question for stopping. Max Verstappen. Okay. This is where the classic armchair GM comes in here. Because if his medical report, which you basically have to share during these trades, you need to show them what the analysis of their medical issues are. If it is literally saying, hey, 3 to 4 weeks is the projected timeline, but there is a possibility for a complication in which this guy's not ready to play at all. Like, he will not play this year, right? It does turn into something where you go like, okay, it doesn't make sense for other teams to take him, to pay the money that they would need to pay against the cap, to give up real assets for this guy. So, frankly, if that report didn't say that and said 3 to 4 weeks, yeah, we're good to go, then yeah, I think it's a bad trade. How do you not come out of that with a first in the next year or two, right? Now, the Panthers didn't have that available. So, yeah, I think I'm being a little ostentatious to be like, well, they should have just, but I don't know what that medical report really was. And Sweeney alludes to that being really touch and go. 3 to 4 is a rosy picture for that. Tough call there. Tough call there. Because originally a week-to-week Marchand, who was going to be ready for the playoffs, should have gotten a first-round pick, a young player who can play in the NHL basically now, and a real prospect, based on the other trades that we've been seeing. So, yeah, tough. I will say, though, we maybe it's just me. I like the other trades. I like that we have some prospects to look at and maybe get a little excited about. There's things to be optimistic about if we can get outside of the Marchand thing. And this team's been so bad this year. That it's so like painfully bad. Like watching them, not like, hey, you suck at everything and you're just a bottom 3 team, but like hey, we lose games in awful ways because we want to kind of way. The next year, with health on the back end, with Swayman being locked in properly, it could just be a different scenario. It could be. So, I don't know. I do have to end this stream, guys. It has been 5.5 hours for what was supposed to be a 3-hour stream. So, I love and appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for hanging out with me and making this far more palatable. Because some of that sucked. Some of that sucked. Some of that really sucked. But I greatly appreciate all of you. You guys are good stuff. Thank you for all the generosity that you guys showed as well. I am going to go give my fiance a smooch and then jump right back in front of this computer to record Short Shift Pod. Me and Andrew, no Thomas tonight. And then I'll do a little recap video of the trade deadline in general. And we'll just do grades for each trade. Gosh. That sucks. I am going to miss Brad Marchand. Love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You guys all rock. I know this is on a little bit of a delay, so if I'm not giving specific shout-outs, that's why. I also really have to pee. But as always, go Bees.